going on, everybody? What's going on? How y'all doing? What's going on? S Files. Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's another late live, y'all. We're not gonna be 5 hours. I promise you that. I'm gonna pass out before I hit the 3 hour mark. So either way, we're gonna be on time, and I'm gonna try my best to not skip so much. But you guys, we got the 2 videos to go through. So Candace Owens decided to do a show today, and she still doesn't understand the concept of evidence. But I also want to go over her. I don't know if she was interviewing George or what, but he was on her show. All right. And not the old one. There's 2 that I saw. It was one from like 7 some years ago. And then there's another one on there. It was like a few months back. I started watching some of it, and I just noticed their interactions and mannerisms with each other. It's so weird. It's like he lets her dominate the whole conversation. Candace, you're not even letting George be the man of the house, or the peanut, or the chicken, or whatever. You're not even letting him be whatever he's going to be of the house, girl. And she claims she's not a feminist or something like that. You can't make this up. What's going on, y'all? Y'all know I can't watch Candace without you all. So come on in and sit down. Get you some popcorn and Kool-Aid. Yeah, I still have a cold. But we getting there. You know, to the candy asses. If you can ask questions and give some real commentary, great. If not, I'm not in the mood. So shout out to my mods. We all hands on deck. I don't need dumb things flowing through the chat. It's a deterrent, you know. And plus, it doesn't get us anywhere. Because at the end of the day, all these conspiracy theories will not work in court, Candace, and you know it. YouTube is not court. In court, it's not your YouTube channel, Candace Owens. I'm sorry, Candace Amber Owens Farmer. So, in an effort to get through the 2 videos within a reasonable time frame, we're going to go ahead and get started. I just want to make sure you guys are good to go. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Hit the like button coming in. It's all good. Hit the like button coming in. I mean, I appreciate everybody that's watching. Whether you're on the what is this? The vertical broadcast with the cell phone view, or the horizontal, which is the standard view. I appreciate you either way. The candy asses in the box are gonna hate my guts forever. They might as well hit the like button. Just hit the like button. You enjoyed the banter. But I don't mind some intellectual conversation. All right. What's going on, Young 2.0? How you doing? You're not in the wrong chat, honey. You're here. Oh, you asking if you're in the vertical versus the horizontal? I don't know. I could tell who subscribed. That's all I can see in StreamYard. I can't see if you guys are in the vertical or the horizontal, but I can tell those who are in here that are subscribed versus ones who aren't. So if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. We're almost at 30,000. We're getting to 50,000 and then 100,000. That's how it's going to go. Because when God sets on a path for us to grow, we're going to grow. Yeah, and there's some great things coming up this week that I want to be able to tap into. We have more coming for Nature Boy Carbonation, finishing out that series. I have to follow back up. I haven't seen an announcement for the next episode of Hood Horror's new series he's doing on Brother Polite. There's another cult leader that's in prison. Lord, we thank you. And yes, I'm going to get to Umar. I'm just going to get to him tomorrow. It won't be tonight, but it'll be tomorrow. Because he did another illegal counseling session in his closet. So, yeah. It's stuff that people out here just acting up and doing the most. You can't make this stuff up. So, like Candace, you're just doing the most, girl. Oh, you're the right one. Okay, cool. Yeah, shout out to all of you. I thank you guys so much. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you guys. We got all hands on that. So we want to make sure that the S-File starts clock for videos. Oh, man. We want to make sure we got people engaged and stuff in the chat, but we want to keep it respectful. because I want people to be able to comment and just give their thoughts without it being stupid. It don't have to be rude and disgusting. It just don't have to be. I'm gonna still say candy asses though because it's my channel and it's you know it's a term of endearment. But I still let in the candy asses either way. We show them some love too. Jesus loves the trolls, y'all. All right, what's going on, CC? How you doing? I'm gonna make sure I get all of you all up. Everybody speak to everybody. I appreciate you all. This is it's gonna be a good one. So LC is saying don't start no stuff, won't be no stuff. That's it. Knuck if you buck. I'm sorry, that's all I'm saying. Knuck if you buck. Well, we keep it cordial up in here. What's going on, Susie? How you doing? Did I get you, CC? How you doing, CC? Everybody up in here? Everybody? All right, y'all. Y'all ready? Because we get to it tonight. So the first thing I want to do is I want to share some screenshots of things that I've captured so far that we need to keep in the forefront of our minds just to kind of show the hypocrisy that is Candace Owens. Because of course she wants to forget. Candace, there are a lot of things you said, girl, where you owe people explanations. You need to provide evidence. You start telling the truth. So this is a little slideshow. Then we're gonna get to some videos. Two videos that Milk Bar had. I picked up something today watching one of them again. And we gotta play it again. Because I don't know if you all heard him, if I'm the only one that's picked it up, if I missed it and you guys got it. But he has a compilation video he did. Well, we gotta listen to that again before we get into her show. And then we're gonna watch this weird ass interview that she did with George Farmer. Because you just can't make that up. And George, you weird little sinister man. So here's some screenshots from her videos of just things she said where she has not provided any evidence of proof, or she flat out lied, or she just didn't know what she was talking about. I would call it a misquote, but I just don't want to give Candace that much credit because she could easily Google. Candace, you have a whole team, girl. I know you listen to Heifer. You have a whole team. There's no excuse for you, to misquote anything where you could just research it online. So let's start with this whole. I have 2 degrees. Candace, when are you going to show any evidence of these 2 degrees? Why won't you just post them up on the back wall? Sit them back behind you where the books are back there. Because we know you're not reading those books either. But why don't you just hang them up over the books? Whatever this little gold trophy thing is, what does that look like to you all? Now, what is this back here? Is that a candle holder? It looks like one of those little pieces you see in a Catholic church. Anybody know what that is? That gold thing in the back. It said, "What's going on today? How you doing? What's going on? No reply. Oh, I have an update for us. What's happening? Give me the update, bro." So her is the narrative. So here's the narrative. Got it. Candace is setting it up where it seems like she is going to fire RLF from her video today. While the reality is that RLF fired her. What the heck? RLF? Am I missing something with that? What is going on with her? Seriously. Candace is losing her mind because she's got court. I'm telling you all right now, I'm going to turn this music down because I want you all to understand the severity of this situation. Candace, you're scared of court because you know you're going to lose. As opposed to you being a grown ass woman and a wife and a mother and thinking rationally about this stuff, you doubling down like a petulant child, throwing a tantrum. And now you know they're going to be bringing scientific evidence to court. There's going to be a jury trial. You don't have a judge that's going to be rendering a ruling here and issuing some level of a judgment against you. It's going to come from a jury of your peers. You understand that boosts their opportunity, the petitioner's opportunity, to win favorably in their favor, to have judgment granted in their favor if they have scientific evidence, Candace. None of your 8-part series will mean diddly. And in order to have an impartial jury, they're probably going to be picked based on who did not watch your dumb show. Because they don't want a jury that's going to be tainted. You should not want that either. Candace, you can either go to court and defend yourself. You got 3 attorneys. Or you can push for some sort of mediation or settlement. Let's say the motion to dismiss gets granted. They're just going to file in Tennessee. You've already said that, you've defamed them in Tennessee. You've admitted to that. And I got the screenshot. She's scared. She knows what's coming. And she doesn't. She's already been down this road like 2 or 3 times in the past where she's lost. But she knows that this loss is really going to hurt her financially. That's all she cares about. Candace, if you care about your money, you will stop doubling down and you will do what you have to do. You got to grow up, girl. Doxing people and all this nonsense, all these distractions you got is irrelevant because none of that crap will fly in court. As a matter of fact, it speaks to your character. Part of civil proceedings is to help develop the character of the defendant. So they're going to ask a question about her background, where she went to school, if she really has 2 degrees. Because, Candace, if a school told me a person with your name has a degree, that's certainly not 2. But yet we still have yet to see it. And why would you be ashamed of that? If you actually have a degree, why would you be ashamed of that? As narcissistic as you are. See, y'all see how this doesn't make sense? And a jury has to process the same information this way. So when they see here, Lady Luck Club put up posts of you saying you got 2 degrees. You finished your last year. So in your senior year, you were able to get 2 degrees, even though your school, University of Rhode Island, did not offer a dual degree program in journalism and in English. So where did you get those degrees from? Or did it just render you 1 degree? See, these are the things you're going to be asked about in court, Candace. That's why I'm showing these clips. She's scared. And she's trying to run and hide from the reality of this lawsuit that is really going to open up the floodgates. You imagine the Macron's winning, right? That's going to make it easier for Turning Point to go tap her CIA for that logo thing. Like, people will just be hitting her left and right. It's just a windfall at that point. And she's losing her mind. George not helping. He's standing behind the camera, acting like none of this is happening. It's like they're in delusion. Land of delusion. Can't make it up. Oh, man. What's going on, frankly? Hey, look. What's popping? What's going on, Beck? How you doing, honey? Oh, man. So there, I hope that answered that question. Yeah, Candace is scared of this lawsuit. And honestly, most people would be, especially if you don't know what you're doing and you know you've messed up. Because if you were confident in this, Candace, you wouldn't sit here and stall a hearing on a motion to dismiss. You wouldn't even try to keep that under wraps. You would explain to your audience and, your cult members and the bots why you're sitting here filing a motion to dismiss in the first place. And then turned around and did it again. And the second time came with a motion to strike the first amended complaint. You want this to go away. You're not trying to fight anything. I hope you get to the discovery phase. That means that the motion to dismiss gets denied like hell. And you can't escape it. And I'm telling you all, there's a 90% chance, I could be wrong, where she's going to try to get a mediation going and try to settle out of court and have it undisclosed. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because they're going to see those exhibits. Whether we get to see it or not in the public is a different story. Because once again, court does not work like YouTube. It's a court of law, not a court of public opinion. That's why she's pushing for that. Candace, they don't have to give you anything, girl. They don't have to give you nothing, girl. Oh, man. Let's get some more comments in, y'all. We're going to continue on with this. Oh, thank you so much. Cindy, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Laugh is contagious. You got to laugh. You got to laugh through this stuff out here. If not, you'd be sitting here yelling at the bots all day. Oh man, I have an update. Okay, I hope that was the update. What is RLF? Remind me of RLF. Oh man, I have songs stuck in my head. Where's her husband? Child is somewhere not eating a sandwich. I can tell you that. George is somewhere not eating a sandwich. He's hiding. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. Yeah, that's why we're going to take a look at the actual interview that she did, or conversation, or whatever it was that she did with George Farmer. Because he sit there, he's so docile with everything, and it's just like, man, you ain't gonna say nothing, huh? I guess you just gonna let this happen. I mean, I'm questioning as to whether or not he's okay with this downfall. Yeah, maybe he feels like it's a way out or something. George, I told you, all you got to do is wave a white flag. Just wave a white flag. Let us know you need help. Like, this is crazy. If he cared, just like what Sanfei said, Sanfei React, shout out to her. If she loved her children more than Charlie Kirk, and if she loved her husband more than Charlie Kirk, she would stop on her own. Candace, you're 30 something years old. You ain't some young high school kid no more. You better grow up. You're a whole grown woman with 4 kids. And George, he's just kind of like whatever. Almost like he's seeing this as her thing and he's not a part of it. That's the vibes that I get watching the bit of what I was able to watch. It seems like he's more like, okay, I'm just let her do her thing. And I'm just going to stay out of it. Because they didn't even name him as a defendant in the lawsuit. That's kind of weird to me. Considering the fact that George Farmer really is the one with the money, and he's got old money, y'all. Old money passed down from generation to generation to generation. That's what we call old money. And he's still kind of like hands off with it. The only thing that's named aside from herself individually is her Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc. But he's kind of like, he's not even named. So he's kind of just detached from all of this. And I guess he thinks in his mind this won't directly affect him. But I mean, this is someone you married in 18 days. Like, you married her. So you take the good with the bad, right? In sickness and in health, until death do you to part. Shall you bear this burden, George, and end up paying some of this money out of your pocket, probably? Because Candace on her own is not making that type of money. Let's say the Macrons win a $25 million lawsuit. Yeah, no, she ain't gonna have no money, not to her. So she'll have to rely on some of his money to help pay off this judgment, because she's not gonna be able to just get away with it. Oh no, they'll take her back to court and have that order. So who knows what he doing, y'all? George is having a boys' night out. I don't know what it is, but I think it's a Catholic thing. It does look like a Catholic thing. You guys, if anybody knows what that what this candle holder is back here behind these burgundy books, let me know that. It looks like one of those candle holder type things I've seen in the Catholic Church, but I could be wrong. I heard Candace is a part of SSPX. You gotta remind me, tell me what that is. Oh, RLF is the lawyers in 920. Okay, gotcha. That's her the lawyer's acronym for the law firm. Oh, gotcha. Oh man. So she said in her video that she fired her attorneys. Woo, child. Candace, go in there if you want to, pro se. You just gonna make all my coverage on that lawsuit just that much more interesting. You understand, Candace? If you do pro se, which I highly doubt, but think you know it all if you want to, and go in there talking about I'm representing myself. Yeah, okay. You still expected to know the law and court rules and everything else. You cannot decry, willful ignorance or tactical stupidity. That's not a defense, Candace. I hope you know that. Oh man, let's get to this. What's going on, Caleb? Everybody up in here? I appreciate you all for tuning in. 76 people watching. Y'all hit the like button. Hit that like button. So we're going through these quick images and snippets that I've been collecting, covering her, because I just want to remind you, Candace, of this is the stuff that you can see in court. Yeah, you lied about these 2 degrees. You're gonna have to prove that, because that speaks to your character, right? Can't be an inveterate liar, because they don't like that. You said here flat out in this snippet, that you defamed them in Tennessee. I still can't believe this. That's one of the reasons why, Candace, I highly doubt you fired your own attorneys because you outed them. No one really knew the address of your attorney's building. I mean, the average person doesn't care about that. Even if you are a lawyer, you don't care about stuff like that. Where's her attorney's work at? Who cares? What is her attorney saying in her defense is what I'm concerned about. So no one paid attention to the address like that. Even if you read the lawsuit and you read her motion to dismiss, no one paid attention to that stuff. But she told on herself here. They were defamed in Tennessee. Y'all see that? Oh, let me take this out. Yeah, y'all full screen here. You can't make this up. I know, right? Was it? Is it Stargazer? Yeah, never heard of him. Hey, y'all, the channel Valhalla VFT is his live tonight. He said he is a serious threat in America, not a top 5, 10 perpetrator. Oh man. She's the baby mama. What he gonna say? What's going on, Baraki? How you doing, honey? Maybe George would use his wife's shenanigans as proof in court when he divorces her that she's not eligible caring for the children. Exactly. Candace, you're starting to look a whole lot unfit right now. Yeah, I'm telling you, character building is essential to a civil matter because the burden here is still, a preponderance of the evidence. So a lot of it stems from how you carry yourself, your, thought process, your character, your integrity, decorum. She goes to court and cuts up if she wants to. Judge Rennie will hold her in contempt, and he's going to continue on with the proceeding. And he will not spare you, Candace. He's not going to show you any preferential treatment. We don't expect him to show the Macrones any preferential treatment either. And you go in there and cut up if you want to. You got to come, girl. You better get yourself together. Shout out to Maria Babes. How you doing, honey? Can I get one of the mods to please drop the YouTube channel link for Berean Babes? Let's get that channel link in here so you guys can go show her some love and support. I am not able to catch your lives during the daytime like I want to, so I watch, when I get done with my show and work for the day. But you guys got to check out Berean Babes. She is hilarious, honey, and she tells it like it is. We love it. Oh, we love it. Let's see here. What's going on, Eminem? How you doing, honey? According to Chat GPT, that gold thing is a vintage European clock. Oh, okay, cool. See, you learn something new every day. That is a vintage European clock. Candace, you're well, maybe it's George's because he's from the UK. I just don't understand her defiance about her. It's like she doesn't like being in America now. But I get you. Okay, Candace, America first and all. So this is nice. I'll say that then. I thought it was like a candle holder for a Catholic church, but if that's a clock, that is a really nice clock. It really is. So here's the post where she's already said basically she defamed them. It's just she's trying to say I did it in Tennessee. That did it, Candace. You did it on the internet, and the internet has no, single jurisdiction of any sort. Okay, that's international. That would span beyond the state of Tennessee because the internet is a international, electronic platform here. So it has a wide reach. So if anything, they should have filed a federal lawsuit against her, and they didn't do that. And that way, it really would be harder for her to sit here and say, "Oh, it's a lack of jurisdiction." Well, the issue is you defamed them over the internet, so you can't really mandate that they come to the state of Tennessee when you did it over the internet. It's not like you defamed them in person and you were all physically located in the state of Tennessee. Interstate is not the same thing as you doing something directly to that individual and you're physically located in the same location. No, man, it's not how that works. Okay, so let's get to the next one. Y'all, of course, we remember this. You're going to Dollywood. You say you fear for your life. Who, child? And you're out in the open. No security around. No nothing. So I guess you just, we're not going to all believe everything you say, Candace. I actually got a couple responses on Twitter X. And if you guys follow me on Twitter X, I follow you right back. So if I missed anybody, let me know. Send me an email. Say, hey, Lady Luck, I'm following you on Twitter X. I will make sure to follow you back because the Luxers are more important to me. And I appreciate all of y'all supporting me. So of course, I will follow you all back. I don't care how many followers I end up having back. If it's 30,000, 50,000, it is what it is. I will follow every single one of you back. But this is what, you know, she's out here doing. And she's supposed to be afraid for her life. Candace, you're not even making moves for a person that is claiming there is an assassination attempt against you and that you are in fear of your safety or your livelihood. And you're out in the open taking photos with perfect strangers. Yet another piece of exhibit that could be used against you in court because of your wild accusations and theories. You claiming somebody's involved. Now you're claiming the Macrons are involved in an assassination plot. You don't think they're going to use this against you, girl? This is the epitome of Candace just not being smart. She's not. So of course you got that. That's the most telling right here. Are they trying to get me? They're trying to take my life. Let me go to Dollywood with no security and take photos with strangers. Got it. Yeah, highlighted. No obvious signs of security. It's just the things you just can't make up. Here's one where she literally said, I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. Us who, Candace? Who is us? Anybody tell me who is us? She said, I'm starting to think Israel wants us to hate them. Really? That's a dark and ominous thing to say, too. I don't get it. Let me stop the chat from scrolling for a sec so y'all can see this whole thing. I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. Candace, that's a very strong word. That's why I laugh when I see the candy asses and the bots coming in talking about, oh, you just hating on her. I'm not hating on somebody being sued by a president. And it's about to get mollywopped in the courtroom. The logic is never there, but they copy and paste the same old comments. And they abuse the word hate. They abuse it to the point where I highly doubt these people even know how to define the word hate. So just based on the dictionary's definition of the term hate, you're talking about something where you have a strong disdain for an entire country, an entire state. And you don't even know 5% of the people that live there. Some of these people are perfect strangers to you, Candace. They may not even agree with everything that's going on in Israel. And yet they live there. And yet you sit here and say that I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. No, you leave the rest of us out of that. You want to sit around and harbor hate in your heart, Candace, that's on you. But yet again, you're showing your character. This is your true character, Candace. It's disgusting, girl. Let's get to the next one. So we can, everybody can see this. This is what she said. Since the candy asses and the bots want to sit here and go on what she said and everything else, then you have to take the good with the bad. We don't do whataboutisms in the Lady Luck Club. I don't do hypocrisy. You take the good with the bad. That's why I can't even fathom being envious of somebody like her. For what? Because you have to take on the good and the bad. I never want to get to a point where I'm sitting here saying stuff like this. And I have maybe 10% of the platform she has. Because it's not about the money or the number of subs. It's about what lies in your heart. The fact that she has allowed herself to become this disheartened about an entire state here, where 98% of the people I highly doubt she would ever get to know personally. That speaks volumes. And it speaks to your character, Candace. Because that's what we're here to do. Just show your character. And I know the candy asses don't understand the definition of the word hypocrisy. However, it is hypocritical to say Well, when she says that they're trying to assassinate her, I believe it with no evidence. But when she says stuff like this, oh, somehow it's okay to say that. Even if I use profanity, how does that have any, you know, how does that measure up to someone saying they're going to hate the entire nation of Israel and reasons, and then talking about us? These pronouns are something else, Candace. You still refuse to, specify who are they or we. Now you're saying us. That's plural. Who are you involving? This is why we laugh at the candy asses in the box. They're quick to hate something, but yet they get mad when people criticize her. No, free speech. Oh, okay, here's another screenshot where she said, because we're all traitors, we are all treasonous. I hate everyone. Here's here's this word again, Candace. Hate. Hate, 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 hate. Who's treasonous? Who is treasonous? You understand that it is probably one of the worst allegations you can make against anyone, that they're treasonous. People are put to death over that. Who is we? Once again, we. Who's we, Candace? To the candy asses, who's we? Are you all traitors? Because she said America first. So are you all traitors? Would you want someone to actually accuse you of being treasonous? Because if you do, then you shouldn't have a problem with me calling you candy asses or cult members. Because that would be less of an effect. That's my opinion. That would be less of an effect than calling someone treasonous. That's a serious allegation. So obviously, Candace is referring to her and her cult members and her bots that are treasonous. Because we aren't including it. No, it's her and her people. Because you can't make this up. This is the common sense that Candace lacks. Because she says she has, so many years on earth. And she believes that she has common sense. Candace, you don't have the common sense God gave a Billy Goat girl. That ram in the bush, yeah, that's you. So she hates everyone. We're all treasonous. Leave me out of it. Leave my Lucksters out of it. Leave my moms out of it. Leave the rest of the United States of America out of that nonsense, girl. You and the candy asses and the bots are treasonous. If that's how you want to put it. I wouldn't accuse anyone of being that unless I have some real proof and evidence on it. But whatever. Because this speaks to your character, Candace. This speaks to your character, girl. And here's one. I just found this to be laughable. Even though she hasn't seen an autopsy, she wasn't there at the event. She said, I know for a fact Charlie's neck was not destroyed. Oh, God. Candace, how do you know that for a fact? See, this is where you keep effing up and finding out. Just like you said about Brigitte Macron, being born a man, and that was a fact to you. You know for a fact his neck was not destroyed. Like, what do you mean? The fact that a bullet went through it is bad enough. I don't know how you can make this even worse, Candace. These are the things that she says, that she thinks it just kind of falls on deaf ears, as if this cannot be used against her. It can. It absolutely can. Candace, no one owes you a trial by court of public opinion. They're taking you to court. You can't make this up. No autopsy, no scientific evidence, nothing. No photos, nothing. No evidence to prove that. But she's stating this as a fact. Ugh. I think this story, the fact that there was a hole in it is enough indication to say that it was destroyed. It certainly was not put together. You make a mockery of this when you say it's a fact, Candace, and you have no evidence to support it as a fact. None. It's just gross. Oh, yeah. This is another one. She was talking about her degrees. Here's the other one where she was talking about the SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane. Candace, Where are the photos or videos of these planes landing anywhere? These Egyptian planes. Why can't you just post up a clip of these planes landing on US soil? Why is that so hard? I'm just trying to get you to understand this whole, you know, n- the character building is going to be out of this world. She has a knack for sitting here claiming things to be facts with no evidence. Keyword of the month, evidence. Candace, that's the word of the month. Just define it and look it up. You can't make this up. Let's get some comments in right quick. Shout out to you, Diane. How you doing, honey? 7,000 a video. Child, you make me sound cheap. My information is way more valuable than $7,000. I already said, and in case the candy asses want to repeat, why don't y'all just like tell each other, remind each other these things so I don't have to keep repeating it? That is not an insult to me for someone to give me $7,000. It's not going to change my content. It's certainly not going to change what I say and do. It doesn't. Only God runs this over here. And then me. And I have fantastic mods to keep things flowing. What do I look like sitting here letting somebody I don't even know that don't have to pay my mortgage or my rent or my bills or anything control my channel? Absolute absurdity. Crazy. Send me the $7,000. I'm just saying. You don't want Benjamin Netanyahu to give it to me? Fine, you give it to me. You can't make this stuff up. Diane said Candace can't compete with the George Farmer social circle. Kanye was her go-to, and yet she married him. This is so crazy. She married him. Whatever he saw in her. Yeah, okay. Maybe they're both listening to voices in their head. Who knows? C-Star, what's going on? Dreams are not receipts. Exactly. No reply said Candace really says some bad stuff about Charlie this stream too. She disrespected Charlie and Erica in the worst way today when she shows the text messages about the shirt. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna get to it. She's acting real stupid due to her case. Conspiracy judge. I haven't been mentally okay since the assassination of my friend. Bye, Felicia. Exactly. Candace, you can't go in there talking about, I'm pleading insanity. This is not a criminal matter. Let me remind you, Candace Owens, this is not a criminal matter. This is a civil proceeding. So you have 3 attorneys right now, unless you did fire them, like No Reply said, or they fired you. To which I'm sure you're going to get some more attorneys. But here's the thing with that. Let me tell you all why that's irritating for her to do this at this stage. Because it resets everything. It gives the new attorneys an opportunity to ask for an extension to become familiar with the case and to give them some time to go through the lawsuit, the amended complaint, any exhibits that's already on file or that have been exchanged from the Macrones. Now you got to start all that over again with a whole new set of attorneys. So if she does this, if she fired her attorneys, she did that strategically. That's even more proof that she's trying to stall this case. And yet she wants subpoena power. Candace, whatever happened to that? You were yelling and screaming in the video, sue me, sue me. I want subpoena power. Because you don't understand the concept of that either. But if she gets new attorneys, now they have the opportunity to extend this case. More than likely, they'll ask for 30 days to become acclimated, read over the documents and all this other stuff, talk to her, maybe set up something for, some sort of mediation. It just kind of, it will just inevitably stall the case from moving forward. And because it's not a criminal matter, now you're talking about this being prolonged for no damn reason. So if that happened, that probably would set it back another good month, easy. So we'll look for the order of entry. If she does have new attorneys, the attorneys have to file an order of appearance for their client with the court. So it'll be basically an activity notated on the docket and no different than any other order. It's just, they're filing the proper document to the court to say we are going to be representing her in this case. That's the first thing they're going to do is ask for an extension. That's standard. Your Honor, we don't know what this is about. Gotta read it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Candace said Charlie was dating some girl, but that girl was Erica Kirk. And Candace knows that's because Erica and Charlie got together in September 2017, and Candace was hired in TPUSA November 2017. You can't make this up. Yeah, this is called character assassination above. Yeah, Candace, you can't just say alleged, 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 and then think, you know, the average reasonable person seems to believe you. Well, not reasonable, but that's how the court defines it. The average person knows who you're talking about. Let me say that. The average reasonable person knows exactly who Candace is referring to when she talks about turning point in present tense. There's no way she can say, oh, I'm not including Erica in this. I'm just talking about leading up to the day he was shot. And yet, all her statements are in present tense, not past tense. She never ever goes back and clarify when she talks about turning point. You guys, I want to remind you all, I'm only speaking of my thoughts and concerns about turning point leading up to the day he was shot, not anything thereafter. She never does that. Because Candace, that would be logic and common sense to do. You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to these print screenshots right quick. So yeah, here's her talking about blue and yellow planes and blah 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 that have nothing to do with anything. Then you see her say here that you see an Egyptian military craft because the candy asses wanted me to go back and highlight where she said they were called Egyptian military crafts. So here's the screenshot of where she called those planes the Egyptian planes military craft. This is it. But yet, we have not seen photos of these planes or videos of them landing or anything. No information on it. Just a bunch of plots on a map that still does not connect to the actual planes she's referring to. So, and then of course her saying it is now my well-informed, I guess, opinion, whatever. I don't understand this. This is stuff that comes out of her mouth. We can't do anything about people wanting to have selective hearing, but this is stuff she says. And forgetting is perception is 9/10 of the law. Perception is 9/10 of the law. No, that is false. It's possession. The saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. I debunked that in the early video, but I just want you all to see a pattern here. You all see the pattern emerging. She says many, many things that are false or incorrect or inaccurate or that are just heinous. It just shows some dark, sinister side to herself. People are treasonous. She hates Israel. I hate everyone. I mean, she literally said that. And if she doesn't directly clarify it, the only thing we can do is take the words that she's saying and based on what those words mean, go with that as what she means. She's not the type of person where she says what she means and she means what she says, because if she did, she would tell the truth. And then goes back and says, I'm not going to apologize for any of this. Oh, okay, cool. So you have no remorse either. Got it. So, yeah, no, it's possession. 9/10 of the law. That can be Googled. She didn't even do that. Now, here it is. Didn't go through an official channel and send an email. And I should do that. She was talking about to the FBI complaint. She sent a text message. She's admitting she didn't go through an official channel and send an email. You could go through the website and send a complaint. And if you file an FBI complaint, they have to review it. They review your complaint, any exhibits you attach. They'll do a preliminary, call. ask them some basic questions, and then they have to determine whether or not your complaint is approved to be investigated, because it takes time, money, resources, manpower, all those things to do an investigation. They're not going to waste time if they don't feel like the claim is valid or you don't have enough evidence that deems it worthy to move to the next phase. But the fact that she didn't even file a complaint formally and sent a text message, it is absolutely hilarious and pathetic at the same time that she wants them to respond to something they don't even have record of. Sending a text is not the proper way to file a complaint to the FBI. If it were true, wouldn't she want to do it the right way and attach her evidence? You get to attach up to 25 documents at once in one complaint. So if it were true, Candace, why didn't you file a complaint and attach your evidence and go through the FBI website? They give you confirmation that your complaint has been received. You could have posted that up as proof that you filed the complaint. Now, go ask her if she's actually going to do it the right way. She'll be ignoring everyone in the chat. That'll be the one time she's going to be like, I don't see any comments for the day, so I'm just going to go ahead and check out. Thank you all for tuning in. No. Why didn't you file a formal complaint to the FBI? You can't make this up. So these are the things, like I said, I'm not trying to sway the candy asses and the bots, because I'm not here to change their mind on anything. People are going to be brainwashed. They're going to defend her at all costs, like she pays their bills when she does it, but whatever. But I want to just put this information out there because I'm sure the Macron's attorney will appreciate the hell out of it. Plus, so you all can see, this character development here. What she says and does when she's lying or making false or incorrect statements is a habit. It's a pattern of behavior. She does this like it's breathing air. It's so easy for her. You can't make this up. So this is what she has to look forward to in court. This stuff is going to come back up, but it's going to be, you're accusing the Macrons of trying to assassinate you. So of course they're going to ask questions related to that. They're going to ask you if you filed a formal FBI complaint. Did you attach evidence? And why didn't you do that? If you didn't even want to do it the right way, then why send a text? Because that does nothing. It's almost like if you get to do it, Candace, then everyone else is going to do it that way. Everyone else should be expecting to get that type of treatment, I guess, by being able to just send a text to an FBI agent that's high ranking, as opposed to doing it the right way and filing a complaint online and submitting your evidence. And then let them determine if it's viable and if it's enough merit and information that would have them approve an investigation. And if you don't believe me, go on the FBI website and look up their investigatory process. They have to approve off on it. She didn't even file it. Here she's talking about an email. No, ma'am. Just file it through the website. Yeah, okay. Here's her here talking about how the Macrons should be taking her to the the court of public opinion, but not the court of law. Candace, they don't owe you that. They don't owe you that, girl. And if you keep on, it's going to come off like you're intimidating them. Most people don't like getting sued, Candace. And you're not the only one on earth being sued. You might be one of the few being sued by the French president, but you are not the only person on earth being sued, especially for defamation with malice intent, because they got to meet that as well. Now, you want to drag them to the court of public opinion for what? They don't owe you that. Just like they didn't owe you an interview. You keep going on with this grandiose mentality. This is what happens. She's going to end up finding out the hard way when she goes to court. And if the judge has to remind her that this is not all about you, and you can walk around here like you've got, the world on the silver platter, you're going to get a harsh reality check. They don't have to go to the court of public opinion. This is not a game, Candace. This is not a joke. This is their life. And you called Brigitte Macron a man and stated that it was a fact. You stated this as a fact that she was born a man. And then turned around and said she'll die a man. I don't understand it. Why are you forcing transgender on someone? But no evidence to prove it. No scientific evidence. None. Judge won't care about your 8-part series. Here's her saying, did I report to the FBI? Of course I reported to the FBI. When we all know she didn't file a formal complaint, because that's exactly what she said. Yeah. Oh, here we go. So she contradicts herself in one video in the same statement. Like back-to-back statement. So, okay. You reported it, but you didn't file an actual official complaint. Got it. Girl, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. So, of course, this is a lie. Sending a text message is not reporting it. That's not how that works, Candace. Oh, of course, she says she reported it to her counterterrorism unit. I'm assuming CIA. Maybe DHS. Which agency, counterterrorism unit, did you report this to, Candace? Why didn't she name that specifically? I'm curious here. What would be her reason for not saying specifically the actual agency's counterterrorism unit? Are we talking about the CIA? I mean, you got many agencies that have a counterterrorism unit. The FBI has one too. What are we doing? Exactly. It's also in the FBI. Thank you. CIA. You have a few agencies with counterterrorism units. So be specific. Just like she keeps blaming the U.S. military. But never says which branch of military. Are we talking about the Marines, Army, Navy? Which one? She never specifies that. Just like the Club Descent. Never specified which of the two. She leaves things very general and very vague and does not provide any further detail because it will raise more questions and it will almost require her to produce some level of evidence. She keeps it general and vague and then says, oh, I don't want to out my sources. That, once again, she's bad at this and she doesn't know what she's doing. You don't have to out your sources, but what you should be able to do is to show some level of evidence and maybe something to corroborate it. She does neither. I understand all too well keeping sources confidential, but the information that I share should be corroborated by something that the public can also research and look up too. This is how you can keep from being duped. You can't make this up. So Diane said keywords you don't need to call. They're listening. Oh, what's going on, Susie? Okay, the Candies don't care that she is making millions from them, but other content creators aren't supposed to make money. Not so bright, are they? Oh, no, they're not bright. YouTube doesn't sit here and say, we'll just only let Candace Owens be monetized and no one else. No. Plus, Candace is not the biggest YouTuber either. There are other channels with 5 million, subs. So you'd be amazed how many channels have over 5, 6+ million supporters on their platform. And they do this for a living. They get monetized. People never speak about the ones that are making, a whole lot more money than I am. But somehow, my research and reporting is only worth $7,000. That is an insult to me. The hell? At least send me 144,000. Get out of here. Oh man. What's going on, Billy? Made a non-existent complaint. Existent complaint. Exactly. Text message style. Doxing, criminal. Juju, what's going on? Juju, how you doing? 32 viewers watching a whiny old woman pretending to be interesting. You don't have to watch. You do realize this is a choice for you. That's so laughable. They copy and paste the same old comment over again. Can the bots please be creative? Can you not be more creative here? You're literally copying and pasting the same comment from 3 or 4 other candy ass and bots in my chat. Be creative. Why don't you, let's start with the definition of the word evidence. Why don't you show me that you understand simple English and you can define terms? Because this is ridiculous. What's going on, Stacey? You're so truthfully hilarious. I just, the bots come here for the banter and all. But I wish they would be more creative. They just copy and paste. You're killing our brain cells over here. What's going on, Tafari? Shout out to you. Snowing. Is it snowing? Oh. Oh, let it snow in Atlanta. Please let that happen, God. Let it snow where I am. So I don't have to go to the office. I can work from home. Oh, we got Linda Walk up in here. Let's see. Heather Rose. I don't see info on her hiring her attorneys, but she keeps digging holes. Oh, her firing her attorneys. I'm sorry. Firing her attorneys, but she keeps digging holes and making it nearly impossible for them to defend her anymore. Exactly. The moment she confirmed their actual law firm address and all the candy ass cult members started coming to the building, now you're putting people at risk and they can't even go to work and come home in peace. You're disrupting their lives and their livelihood. Same thing with the hotel. Candace, you're disrupting their life and the livelihood of the employees there. You're trying to disrupt the business there. You're trying to taint it to where people aren't going to want to stay at that hotel because they're going to think, listening to your numb that ass, that somehow assassins are booking rooms in this hotel. Of all the hotels, the La Quinta Inn is the hotel where all of these so-called military assassins and all this stuff is staying at. Why not just stay at something nicer? Not like she said the Marriott the Marriott, or what's another high profile? Is it wait, no. Marriott or Crown Plaza. Like, she's not saying the big top tier hotels. The La Quinta Inn, because that'll do it. Can't make this out. Oh God. Motel 6 for full. I hope they got a free breakfast with that hotel stay. I think La Quinta Inn does free free breakfast or something like that, or at least brunch or something. She didn't even give them credit for staying in a high-end hotel. Oh my God. All right, let's get back to this. Then we'll get to the videos. So yeah, she reported this to counterterrorism. Never said the agency. All right, that's the last one I got. So I wanted you all to see this so you all can see her pattern of behavior and how she, continuously says dumb things and then doesn't care about it backfiring, because reasons. So I wanted to make sure you guys are clear. And let me pull this up. This is some information here on intimidation. Because Candace, you're going to have to knock it out one way or the other. So if you guys can see here, this is some information I researched, quickly about, her almost coercion tactics in trying to, harass and bully the Macrons even the more to try to take this so-called her nonsense to the court of public opinion and not the court of law. Candace, you don't get to do that. And when I say you don't get to dictate them filing a complaint against you, you legally don't get to do that. You cannot get upset and try to bully someone and harass someone, sending your dumb candy asses and your bots after people because they're suing you. They have the right to seek legal recourse. If you have a case and you got some evidence to defend yourself, then go to court. Go to court. Can you sue for intimidation? Yes. Yes, you can. You can sue someone for intimidation. Their conduct meets the criteria for illegal intimidation. To successfully sue for intimidation, you must demonstrate that, one, the defendant's conduct constituted intimidation as defined by law. So what qualifies as intimidation? Intimidation is an act or course of conduct directed at a specific person to cause that person to fear or apprehend fear. So you want someone to be scared of you and your dumb bots and your candy asses because they keep copying and pasting the same dumb comment in everybody's videos. You got other content creators, other journalists, other people who, even independent journalists, parroting your nonsense, saying that they're weak, they don't have a spine. No, they're about to prove that point in court. Where it should go. You, Candace Owens, do not get to intimidate them and think it goes unpunished. Because YouTube is not court. So you don't get to sit here and to try to coerce and bully someone. Why you just won't take it to the court of public opinion? You could have just responded to me. They don't owe you that. And as a matter of fact, they did respond to you. They told you to kiss their ass. We'll see you in court. They gave you a response. You just didn't like it. What the hell? They already responded to Candace. They said, okay, fine, we'll respond. Here's a 218-page lawsuit. Then when she got that and doubled down on it, all right, here's another amended complaint lawsuit. Keep on talking. She talking about a cease and desist letter. Girl, you've already been sued. Typically, you get a cease and desist letter, before you file a lawsuit. If they have to keep sending you a cease and desist, don't you think it's high time to shut up? But now, keep making it harder for your attorneys. We're here for this. Usually, an individual intimidates others by deterring or coercing them to take an action they do not want to take. The Macrons do not want to go to the court of public opinion, Candace Amber Owens Farmer. They want to go to the court of law. And you're just big mad. You're bigly mad, and bigly sad. Because now someone has called your bluff. They're going to challenge all this BS you've been saying in court. Judge Rennie is not for play, and neither is the court. So you're going to have to go and defend yourself, Candace. Get over it. But you don't get to intimidate them because they can add this on. They can say, Your Honor, this woman keeps trying to intimidate us and bully us with her dumb cult following. They keep copying and pasting. They don't even want to be original. And they're trying to get us to drop this lawsuit and to dismiss it somehow. But yet she filed the motion to dismiss, and they don't question her about that. She lied to them. She lied to Tucker Carlson. Unless he was in on it. Wouldn't that be considered a lie? It's not even lying by omission, Candace. You just flat out lied. You didn't neglect to say something. No, you just flat out lied about it. You could have easily said, I don't want to discuss the case. I'm just gonna let my attorneys, guide me with this because they went to law school and I did not. How hard was that to say to Tucker Carlson or to your audience? They don't care if she lies to them. They, whatever. You can't make this up. Can you sue someone for intimidating you? Taking legal action. Civil lawsuits may be pursued if the intimidation tactics result in damages or losses, providing a means to seek compensation or injunctions. Candace, you want to know the whereabouts of Brigitte Macron for 6 days. Why? Why are you trying to keep up with where she was and what she was doing for 6 whole days? That's stalking, Candace. There's no reason. There's no legal justifiable reason for you to try to figure out what the hell she did in 6 days. That's called stalking. You can't make this up. Are you seeing kids? It's gonna need a lot of. What are you talking about, Casey? This has nothing to do with anybody's children. Nothing. Off topic. Yeah, is that as creative as this gets? I don't understand it. Whose kids here? Who are we talking about? Turning Point USA, that was Charlie Kirk's company, nonprofit. Exactly. That's why they had Turning Point Endowment. Because that particular sub company allowed them to actually do business, invest in the stock market. And it's perfectly legal. Companies do that all the time. They have some sort of endowment, especially as a nonprofit, because you're not supposed to be really out generating a profit like that. But what you do is put money into an endowment, and you transfer money from the main parent company to that endowment. And then you go out and make some investments. And whatever your return on investment or your return on interest is, the ROI is what goes back to Turning Point USA. And I did a whole video covering this. I debanked her and that Wolves of Finance because he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It's like he didn't even look up endowment. While it's not illegal, it's my opinion. No, it's not even unethical. It's a very ethical, legal thing to do. So if they had an ROI of $10 million, then that is what they would spend for the expenses for Turning Point USA. That is how endowments work. That is the definition and concept of that term. And I go through direct facts and information on that in a separate video. Make sure you guys check out the Candace Owens playlist, because people need to be informed of that. Otherwise, they're going to sit here and foolishly think that Turning Point Endowment is some shell fake company when it's not. Investing in the stock markets is what endowments are for. So, when people don't read information and research, they just going on whatever Candace says. That's not truth to facts. Candace says so. That's it. No. You better keep reading. So yeah, absolutely. They don't even ask questions. Mira said she kept blaming the Macrones without telling her audience that she had asked for dismissal many times already. Yep, at least twice. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. I'll drop this link in the chat. You guys can finish reading this for those who, enjoy reading and just being informed. But they're definitely taking her to court already. It's nothing for them to add on intimidation. It's nothing for them to add on, because to me, Candace, you saying that you want to know where Brigitte Macron was for 6 days sounds like a threat. And it's definitely stalking. And your candy ass is just, they don't care because they don't have a concept of rule of law. And Candace certainly has no respect for the rule of law or someone else's privacy. But she won't sit here and say who that high-ranking French government employee is. You can't make this up. And then they have here how to deal with intimidation tactics. Sue them. At what point can you sue someone for harassment? Enduring the offensive conduct becomes a condition of continued employment, or the conduct is severe or pervasive enough to create a work environment that is a reasonable person would consider intimidating, hostile, or abusive. And it's not just to work environments. Of course, we have, lawsuits and case law where people have sued due to social media. So you guys can always look this information up in your free time. Here's the link, and it'll also be in the description of the video for our resources. Because I bring the facts. Let's get to it. Let's get to the main event here. I want to start off with this video I saw, and I know I played this before. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Okay, was Candace Owens prank? All roads lead to Charlie. All roads to Charlie Kirk's killers leads to her lawyer's office. Exactly. So we're gonna check this out. You guys make sure you put a 1 in the chat if you can see it here. Let's get to it. I'm gonna make sure I have the captions on, by the way.
Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts.
I just want to point out, she does not say the agencies. Once again, she does not say what agencies corroborated this and authenticated it. So yet again, Candace speaks more to your character. There you go.
Really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual.
Yeah, slicing and dicing because, lying by omission and all. Candace, didn't you get mad when Benjamin Netanyahu did that 7-page letter from Charlie Kirk? Didn't you claim that he was lying by omission because he only read a few statements in the letter? And then when you demanded he release the full letter because you claimed that he was lying by omission, he did just that. And then you wanted to say, oh, it didn't come from his email. It's not real. We're not here for your delusion, Candace. People are being hurt by your BS. Docs, you want to have the first lady of France followed for 6 days or to figure out where she was for 6 days. You talking about the mommy slews while they're impersonating CIA agents? Laughable to me. That's a felony last time I checked. Why would you encourage that criminal type behavior? Is my question. This is why I said Candace is bad at this. She's bad at this. And she doesn't care. You got to come, girl.
Who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to...
I just want to point this out. Did anyone catch this here? Provide this individual who, by the way, I have no idea who this is. This is when she read that letter and outed her own attorney's law firm. Did anyone catch that? Is it just me? Did anyone else notice she said that? She literally said she has no idea who that person is. Yeah, you can't make this up. 5-hour Lyndon on the live. I know, right? Oh, the live went long yesterday. I'm trying my best not to have it today like that. But did y'all notice this? I just had to go back over this because I want you all to see this. I want you all to see what she literally said. She had this authenticated from the highest level of government. The highest level here. Never named the agencies. Said it was just legit because she said so. And then, the candy ass cult members went crazy and it was like, oh, yay, proof. No. Candace said so. It's not evidence. And yet she said, I don't even know who this person is. Let me just go back.
So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to...
We have no idea of knowing how this is legit, by the way.
Read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to...
I have no idea who this is. So how can she say that she was not punked, that she was not trolled? Candace, I don't know if you hear yourself talking when you speak. Are you even reading the script that you're reading for your show? Because remember now, her shows are scripted. Candace does not do like a regular live stream like that unless it's for a book club or, she's saying dumb things like, the entire country is treasonous. No. Otherwise, her shows are scripted. Candace, I have to snip this. Because you're literally stuck in the land of delusion. You're on a whole nother planet. Quite frankly, I don't care if you come back, but your mind is gone. You've lost your mind. It's on another planet in another galaxy. Take your body with you next time. Why are you leaving your body behind? I don't understand this. She literally said, I have no idea who this person is. So she could be getting trolled. Once again, Candace does not vet her tip line. She could be seriously trolled here. And, I'm all for the laughter of it all. But when you're outing companies and law firms, and I don't care if it's her attorneys or the Macron's attorneys, there are other people working in those buildings that deserve to work in peace. They don't need to worry about if the candy ass cult members are going to come up behind them and start harassing them or something or do something crazy. Like Nicholas Ray facing 12 counts because he listened to a neo-Nazi and Candace Owens. And then he sent online death threats to 3 Jewish conservatives. And he wasn't the only one. And we went over that as well. See, when her lies are starting to affect people's lives and they're catching death threats, that is problematic. And she, once again, will not denounce the actions of Nicholas Ray. She won't even come out and say, I'm not wanting, nor is it my desire to have anyone be sent an online death threat. But when she claims someone is trying to assassinate her with no evidence, then she gets mad when everybody is sitting here like, okay, Candace said something today. We're going to go to bed and sleep peacefully. She has no idea who wrote that letter. So how is it legit, Candace? How is it legit? This isn't legit. You can't say this is legitimate. I've had this authenticated by government agencies, the high level government agencies, and then turn around and say, I don't know who this is, by the way. What do you mean? The only way to say it's legitimate, or one of the major ways to say it's legitimate, is to know who sent it, to make sure it's a real person with real information here. She doesn't vet her tips. This is buffoonery to the highest level.
Give him and her even some more coverage. They're taking a tremendous risk. So I'm just going to read this to
Dear
you guys.
Lord.
Candace, I'm aware that you suspect the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. You might have been wondering why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places. And I can personally answer that. The information I am giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies all at the same time.
No one was implicated. The only thing that came out of that is that they work in a building. No person was named. Nobody was implicated. Nothing. She didn't even file a formal FBI complaint on her so-called assassination attempt. So what was exactly implicated here? What was the connection that said, yes, this FBI department here, one of their satellite offices, or the field offices rather, in this building, has these employees working there, and these 3 employees were at the campus. They had the weapon in their hands. They pulled the trigger. Where's that connection? How were they implicated? You have people sending these letters, trolling the hell out of her using that type of terminology, and she repeats it. Like, oh yeah, this is good. I'm just going to read this. Not care about the consequences or the backlash. Yeah, okay, girl.
I'm entirely confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also as 1 Rodney Square. And here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Residence Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office, 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. It's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 9.
And then we saw that that comment, the chat GPT. I think S Files. Didn't you send it to me, S Files? Or Amy? One of you guys sent it to me about this Snowden comparison here. So I showed you all the image of the chat GPT where chat GPT rendered the result that there was no connection with that building and the Snowden event. No connection. Scanning the entire internet, no connection. And she doesn't make that connection herself either. This person is telling her to look at the Snowden event to make that connection. She never does that. So it's like you're just reading this letter. You've already said you don't know who this is. You have no idea who sent it. Somehow it's legit, and it went through the highest level of government, but not even naming the agencies. Oh, my dear Lord. And the agencies she's naming would more than likely be the agencies that could legitimize this letter. You all see how this stuff comes back full circle. Okay, cool. S-Files, shout out to you. My fantastic mind emailed it to me. Thank you so much. I want to make sure you guys get credit when you guys send me information. So y'all see how this comes back full circle? The person that wrote that letter is trolling the hell out of her, by the way. While she doesn't trust the feds and yet could not file a formal FBI complaint herself, turns around and says, this is legit because these government agencies, The government agencies here vetted this. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to the highest levels of government. What what does that mean? And yet she doesn't trust the government. And now this letter is talking about how all of these agencies are in that building. They would be the agencies to legitimize that damn letter. That she has no idea who wrote it. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if one of these government agencies is trolling the hell out of her? Make that make sense. Make this make sense. You can't make this up.
Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office, 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. It's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks
find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to that to this building. Candace. She's so stupid. Look, it literally says, find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to
920 North King Street.
The 920 North King Street building. They're telling her, look up the buildings from the Snowden event. Find the one that's brown and then compare it to this building at this address where her law firm is, where her attorney's law firm is. This is the biggest wild goose chase ever. What?
In Wilmington, it looks exactly like a mini version of the thing. Back to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street. That 920 North King Street is also the FBI. Federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. Wilmington is...
Yeah, two of those agencies that would definitely be able to legitimize this letter. And yet, she has no idea who wrote it.
Undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I read this, checked it, verified it.
How did she verify it again? Because she already said she doesn't know who sent it. You can't make this up. Y'all, they trolling the hell out of this girl. Juju said conspiracy is running out of fuel. No cares because nobody is responding to her. Didn't I tell you? I said it's gonna come a point where they're just gonna ignore the hell out of her. Candace, you are being trolled, girl. She vetted it, but she has no idea who sent it. You don't mind outing anyone else, Candace. You'll put up a picture of a kid in a green hoodie because you thought it was weird and suspicious. And yet, you claim you vetted this letter with other government officials, government agencies that you don't trust, and somehow managed to say you don't even know who wrote it. You know, how would y'all feel if I did the same thing? I'm just gonna pull out a letter and just started reading things dealing with Candace Owens LLC, and just, I don't know who sent me this and who wrote it, but it's legitimate and I verified it. Me and Scooby-Doo, Barney and Friends, Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, we all verified it. 2 people from the Sesame Street gang came over. Bert and Ernie, they even read it. Snuffleupagus, a dinosaur, came back to life, blew his horn, and then I knew it was legit.
1 Rodney Square, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is.
Are you? Care about Felicia.
Foremost, if you were one of the people online who believed for a single second that it was even a remote possibility that I simply made up a French assassination attempt heading into Thanksgiving week, I don't know, for like attention or something, a claim which has gone viral. When I say viral, I mean just the tweet alone had over.
Thank you, Milk Bar. Y'all shout out to Milk Bar. I think this one is the one he did. Did he do this today? He did it yesterday. So this is a new one. Let me go back. Oh, this is epic.
Foremost, if you were one of the people online who believed for a single second that it was even a remote possibility that I simply made up a French assassination attempt heading into Thanksgiving week, I don't know, for like attention or something, a claim which has gone viral. When I say viral, I mean just the tweet alone had over.
Milk Bar TV, shout out to you. You were reading my mind, man. I said the same thing in my video yesterday. You proceeding to talk about how much attention you actually got. And then you try to coerce and intimidate the Macrons to go to the court of public opinion and not the court of law because of reasons. You can't make this
100,000 retweets and 45 million impressions on X alone. This was front page global news from the United States to Russia. It's now been a full week since I made that announcement. And here is the official response issued by the Elysee Palace. Nothing. And I publicly challenged the Candace is making everything up crowd to prove it. Press the White House for a response, right?
No. It's nothing to prove. It's a Google search. If you understood the proper protocols of how FBI investigations work, you would have filed a formal complaint online on the website. And then you call the White House and want this on Trump's desk when he's not studying your ass. We don't even know if you actually got a call from him. Then you saying if he did call, it was disingenuous. And he's not trying to look out for you, but all he had to say was that it was a matter of national security. Candace, you literally say you're gonna violate a gag order. You don't care what national security or the court of law anybody says. You can't make this up. Yeah, but Trump somehow Trump is supposed to do something. Okay.
White House is the ball's very firmly in their court. And a week later, this is the official White House response. So what's the issue here? Why is no one?
Because the White House is the executive branch of government and they don't perform or conduct investigations. She must have flunked out of civics or social studies. U.S. history even. Candace, do you understand how bills become law? I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill. I'm just a bill. Like, you can't make this up. She must have failed that class miserably. She ain't reading nothing. Yeah, they don't do investigations in the White House. They go to their own DOJ, which, of course, would include the FBI. They go to the DHS. They go to the CEI, the Secret Service. All of that falls under the judicial branch of government, not the executive. They don't investigate them.
Coming out and telling you that that's completely baseless. I cannot present to you a fact, and you can't present to me not a fact. Okay, so we're both. I'm speculating, and you're saying it's not true. You saying it's not true could be a lie.
Okay, well,
I didn't say you can't prove it's not true, and I can't prove it's true.
Okay, you are admitting that.
It's on you. It's on my opinion.
You made the claim. It's
Well,
on
I think
me.
Where's Candace proof to back up her claim again? Candace, just post up one transaction from Club de Sant of the Macrons paying anybody to try to assassinate you. They don't even have to do this. They're watching you just explode on your own. Because part of the lawsuit is about character building and development. Candace, you're making it so easy for them. It's not even going to be a hard fight, Your Honor. You can see how she just does this repetitiously and, repeatedly with no regard for the rule of law or truth or facts or evidence, nor can she define these terms. She has no concept of evidence or has respect for the rule of law. She's posting up things like she's going to violate gag orders that don't apply to her. You can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. We'll be here all day, Your Honor.
Nothing.
Girl,
all right, you guys. Happy Tuesday.
Okay, this is her new show she did tonight. How bad is it going to be? Because y'all know I have to watch this with you all. Let's get some comments in, because you can't make this up. That's why I said, what did she? What she did was throw the burden off her and onto the White House, which is her wild plan. Yeah, she's trying to throw it off on those who are saying that she's crazy and she's making it all up. Candace, we owe you nothing. You know how to Google and research. At least you know how to read, don't you? You're not a good researcher, but you know how to read. It's not our duty to sit here and to prove your point. The Macrons, same thing. They're not going to go to court to prove you right. They're going to court to prove you defamed them. You lied about someone being born a man and said it was a fact with no scientific evidence. They're going to meet their burden, not prove your case. They don't care about what the hell you got to say. Not in court, not for your defense. Because right now, we can't think of what your defense could possibly be. You can't make this up. Oh, man. Don't stop saying she did watch Schoolhouse Rock. There you go. That's the name of the show, Schoolhouse Rock. Oh, man. That thing is like, what, 50 years old? How old is that video? Oh, my good Lord. I grew up watching that as a kid. You know, I dare not say my age, but it's definitely over 40. So that video has to be at least 50 good years old. You can't make this up. Schoolhouse Rock. Oh, man. Stacey, everybody's having a good laugh on this. Blanket on the beat. Candace Owens makes Jussie Smollett look like an honest person. Exactly. And they keep doubling down. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. I appreciate you all tuning in. First live chat that is not a troll party. Why are you making so much sense? You know, my motto is this: reading is fundamental. And, you know, I can't sit here and I'm not going to support none of this crap that Candace is saying and doing when people are being doxxed and being put in vicarious, you know, situations because of her. She's just, you know, I call it like I see it. If I theorize give an opinion, I'm going to say just that. But I don't purport something to be a fact that I can't prove. You know, that's the worst part about it. And you got other content creators out here, they just kind of purporting this same old thing as if they can't be named in a lawsuit. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Shout out to you, CJ. Mira says she keep debunking her own sentence. Exactly. She literally just goes from one sentence to another and will say something completely different. The hypocrisy of it all is what gets me. I'm back over here. Shout out to you. Now, Linda Walker said, it is really sad that this ignorant woman has created such a delusional cult incapable of seeing through her bull. Yep, it is. They just go on, well, Candace said it. It must be true. Candace said so. You know, Candace said today. Candace alleged today. Candace posted up today. Candace is exploding this information. What information? Yeah, the only thing that's exploding is her imagination. Candace, this is okay if you have an imaginary friend, but can you not repeat all the things your imaginary friend in your head is telling you to say? Where's George? George, you got to come. We're watching a video of you and her after this one. All right, y'all. Let's get ready to check this out. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see it here. Shout out to all of you all. Hit that like button because you know you want to do it. Let's go.
Hey, I'm going to ask you a question. It's actually a riddle that we're all familiar with. What came first, the chicken or the egg? That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind really all day, because yesterday we were explaining to you guys this sort of random coincidence, maybe not a coincidence, of the FBI seemingly choosing to work in offices that are kind of being run by like French royalty in essence, right? These old French American families. Now, why would our FBI do that? Surely they would have been aware that they were choosing to work in buildings that might potentially have some foreign interests. But then you know what? It clicked. The chicken came before the egg. Of course, don't be ridiculous. That's the answer to the riddle. LOL to the American history that's taught to us in the public schools. The French helped to establish the United States. They came over and they helped us with.
Is she the only one just figuring out the chicken came first? I mean, we believe in God. We believe God created the chicken first, right? I don't understand this. Candace, the chickens came 2 by 2 from Noah's Ark. Let's just go with that.
In our big independence from the big bad Brits. And then what? They just left us alone. It was just an act of charity. Like, we're good. We want nothing in return. We just want you guys to be free. Does that make sense to you? Come on. Turns out, actually, and you may have known this, maybe I'm just American ignorance, but our FBI was founded by the French. In theory, the FBI really is in France's building over in Wilmington, if you think about it.
Did she just say the FBI was founded by the French? The hell you say? Maybe I'm just American ignorant. Candace, no one's forcing you to be American. No one's forcing you to live in the United States. I thought she was America first. How was this America first, Candace? Girl, you have me just snipping stuff. Y'all, I gotta snip this one, y'all. That's going down in the scrapbook. You can't make this up. Candace, no one is forcing you to stay in the US. Who says stuff like this? Maybe I'm just American ignorant? Maybe. Is it a maybe, Candace? Because I could just kind of, say 90%. That will be correct. I wouldn't even say maybe. More likely than not, you are. That's my opinion. You can't make this up.
It was founded by the French. In theory, the FBI.
She really happy. We can't even get a minute in, Candace. We have not even gotten in a minute. The FBI was founded by the French.
It was founded by the French.
Okay. For the history books, because Candace is not that smart. Girl, you can't make this up. Who founded the FBI? And I'm pulling it up because this has to be done. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is insane. I'm looking it up. Now, let me just play this in the meantime. The FBI.
In theory, the FBI really is in France's building over in Wilmington, if you think about it, for a long time. And I have been thinking about this for a long time. So welcome back to Candace. I actually want to begin this episode with a comment from yesterday's episode because, we ran that poll wondering whether or not the public agreed with me about my lawsuit, me being filed by Brigitte Macron, me being sued by Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, and whether or not it was just one big federal setup meant to bankrupt me. And here is an answer that we got in the comment section. Look at this. I believe that the purpose of Macron's lawsuit was that it was supposed to go nowhere because Candace was supposed to have been assassinated before the case got to court. Then they could forever claim that Candace was lying, which is evident by the fact that they were suing her for quote unquote defamation.
It's mighty funny how she's saying that they want to assassinate her, but didn't this start with two French journalists? I mean, they're not trying to assassinate them, and they live in France. What would make her any different than the other two French journalists that this can't? She literally said that herself. Why aren't they seeing one of the French journalists? They already did. Oh, well, this came from a book somebody wrote. Irrelevant. You have a bigger audience and a bigger, influence and impact. And you're making mad money off of this defamation because they take that into consideration as well. They look at how much money is actually being generated, how much profit is being made from you defaming the Macrons. That's where the damages come into play, Candace. She doesn't understand these concepts because laws. Girl, just read laws. I believe the purpose of Macron's lawsuit was that it was supposed to go nowhere. No, it went to court. Once again, Candace has the opportunity to tell her cult following that she filed a motion to dismiss twice. And on the second motion to dismiss, filed a motion to strike the first amended complaint. I'm going to say FAC moving forward because that's what it means. First amended complaint is FAC. So not only does she want to strike the actual FAC, she wants the case dismissed. And she won't even admit it. They're not doing this to bankrupt her. They're doing this to get her to understand you can't go out and say someone is born a man as a matter of a fact with no evidence. And look how she's handling everything else. Candace just lies about a whole plethora of things. They're just showing us how it's done here. And I've always said Turning Point USA, these Jewish conservatives that were getting the online death threats, all these people she's doxing and outing and all this stuff, all of them need to be suing her ass. The CIA for the logo thing, they all need to sue her. All of them need to be suing her. Candace, the Macrons could be the first of many. People need to stop being scared and do what they need to do. Because if you allow someone to do this unchecked without any penalty or consequence, this is what it comes this is what it comes down to. You end up with a Candace Amber Owens farmer. This is insane.
Before someone had killed her. This was their plan, but I pray that it has now been foiled. I had never considered that, and that hit really deeply, and that is a dark thought. And I think now I'm wondering, I have a lot of questions. Everything feels different in this post-Charlie Kirk world. Where to begin? How about we should talk about the founding of America? Because, man, those Catholic priests that I was telling you about, they were unbelievably correct. I told you guys a long time ago how when I was considering whether or not I should be Orthodox or Catholic, but I knew that I was sort of done with Protestantism, I had been taking instruction from these priests in Europe and in the UK. And one of the fathers is a real bookworm, right? Kind of this cantankerous Englishman, no time for the American education system whatsoever. And he said to me quite famously, "You Americans know nothing of your own history. Your country was founded by Freemasons." And that just kind of permanently now echoes in my ear because boy, was he right. A war that had been sort of waging across Europe for centuries had then spilled into America. It was largely a spiritual war. It was really a theological war. That's what I'm starting to realize. That's why America never really had an appetite for Orthodox or Catholicism, because the Catholics and the Orthodox have kept history. They know what was going on in Europe, not the fake history that's packaged and sold to Americans. They know what the Freemasons were up to. Freemasons who caused all of those revolutions against really the Christian empire across Europe. The idea really, I now think, is keep Americans fat and dumb and drugged and propagandized, right? And then when we need to, use their men to mass murder other Christians overseas. That's the big picture that I'm beginning to see. All of this to say, did you know that our FBI was founded by Charles Joseph Bonaparte? I had no idea. I hate to be American ignorant, but I had no idea. And yes, that man was the founder. And yes, that is like Napoleon Bonaparte, his grandfather.
That it was due to the urging of Teddy Roosevelt. It was based on the urging. It was Roosevelt's idea to create this. Bonaparte was the first to kind of organize it, but President Roosevelt instructed, who at the time was our Attorney General, General Charles Bonaparte. It's right here. You know, she doesn't like Wikipedia, but who cares? I don't like the fact she keeps lying. President Roosevelt instructed Attorney General Charles Bonaparte to organize an autonomous investigative service that would report only to the Attorney General. So we're just not going to give President Roosevelt some credit on this at all. Not even a little bit. It was at his urging this was done. Due to a president being assassinated, William McKinley. Candace, why are you picking through stuff when you can just pull it up and read it all? Why am I able to see this in a Google search right quick? But she didn't even mention the president telling him to create this newly formed organization. Bureau of Investigation is what it was originally called. Then it became the FBI. This is insane. Back in 1908. Oh my God. The French can't create agencies in the U.S. A U.S. president wanted the AG, who was an American citizen at the time, to create this. What are we missing here? I don't get it. And did we not already go over the fact that there were immigrants coming over from France as well? So even though they were French immigrants, if they were born in the US and were US citizens, and the president of the US at the time wanted the creation of this Bureau of Investigations, why is she saying that all of history is lying right now? He didn't come up with this on his own. You can't make this up. This is a Google search, Candace. I mean, it's no reason to sit here and to twist up or to select certain things you want to read. It makes no sense to do that. This is who we're dealing with. Character building and development. Right here. There you go. You can't make this up.
Charles's grandfather was Napoleon Bonaparte's brother. This is great uncle. Napoleon Bonaparte was his great uncle, Roosevelt. Which makes it kind of hilarious, right? Because our tip yesterday from that person in Wilmington, Delaware, was asserting that the FBI had these offices, these kind of hidden offices, maybe kind of in buildings that appear to be in part controlled by French American families who might have some conflicted interests. Particularly, we were discussing the DuPont family, right? Mentioning the DuPont family led to a flurry of tips coming out of Delaware. It was incredible. People in Wilmington saying, they own kind of everything, like everything, hospitals, schools, buildings, you name it, it is theirs. And then we received some more tips from people who were
What is the problem with this? They were immigrants that came in and they create businesses. They established themselves. They earned money. They bought more businesses. What are we talking about here? This happened well before your great-great-grandfather was born. What are we talking about, Candace? It's like saying no one has the right to come here and actually, create a life for themselves. This is ridiculous. Bonaparte was an actual American citizen, created an organization at the behest of our U.S. president at the time, President Roosevelt. Is she for real? I mean, you're literally distorting facts, historical facts, and now trying to make it seem as if the French could not come here, immigrate over here, and create a better life. If she truly wants to be America first, then why not talk about the pioneers that helped to build America? That I guess that weren't French immigrants. I mean, you know how many people in this country are the descendants of immigrants? You can't make this up. What is the point here? What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk?
Invested in sort of the urban legends of the DuPont family. They were telling us, hey, I went to school with DuPonts. Like, there's a lot of stories there. And these stories sound a lot like what you were covering in your Becoming Brigitte series. You remember, actually, right before we had been sort of interrupted in Becoming Brigitte series 2, season 2, we were speaking about Eric Dupont Moretti, and we were speaking about how he was kind of known in a name for himself, making an argument for happy incest. Yeah.
What?
People were telling us like, hey, this DuPont family, there's a lot going on there. And they've also maybe been involved in some murders. Again, this was DuPont folklore, if you will. But then more emails came in. And you know what? It's not entirely folklore. Okay. It's really just not. This is actually an article that appeared in Vanity Fair. So let's read it together. And I'm going to issue a trigger warning right at the top because it is disturbing. Today's episode in general, I should say, is not for the faint of heart. Here's the headline. DuPont heir gets no prison time for raping 3-year-old daughter.
Oh, God.
Courts in Delaware found that to be 2009 convicted of raping his 3-year-old daughter.
Oh, my God. I can't.
Courts in Delaware found that to be valid. So instead of sentencing him for prison for raping a toddler, it goes on and tells.
Why do you keep saying the word?
Became public this month when Richard's ex-wife sued him for damages related to the abuse of their daughter. Here is how the News Journal described.
Yeah, I'm doing this because they will flag your videos for saying that word. See, she, whether she gets monetized or not, it doesn't matter to her. She's got sponsors. I mean, she's just throwing it out there. What the hell? What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk? Oh my God. Did the DuPont, anybody, is Tyler James Robinson a secret DuPont? Is that what she's trying to say here? Because yet and still, Candace has yet to present any evidence to show that anyone else was the shooter outside of Tyler James Robinson. No evidence on who the actual person that pulled the trigger. Because if she's sitting here trying to get to that point, we don't have time for that crap, girl. A murder trial is going to start soon. You have a civil proceeding that's going to start soon. So you don't have time to sit here and leave people on a cliff. Like I always said, if there's another shooter out there, why would she not want to hurry up and tell someone that? So we can get the bad guy off the street, Candace. So the shooter can go to jail. This is all on her belief that Tyler James Robinson didn't pull the trigger. But yet she can't say who did it. She can't even name a name. It's pathetic.
A convicted rapist in this case, quote, Richards, who is unemployed and supported by a trust fund, owns a 5,800 square foot mansion in Greenville that he bought for $1.8 million in 2005. He also lists a home in the exclusive North Shores neighborhood near Rehoboth Beach, according to the state's sex abuse registry. Tells us that his great-grandfather is the DuPont family patriarch, Irénée DuPont, and his father is Robert H. Richards, a retired partner in the Richards, Layton, and Finger law firm. Now, I already know what you're going to say. Hey, Candace, is that the law firm that's filing the paperwork for you? And the answer to that is yes. And I did not know that, no, until literally yesterday, because Richards didn't sound to me like DuPont, so I had not put two and two together.
Why would it sound like DuPont? Those are two different last names. Why does any of this matter? Why does it matter? You're not even able to put them on campus with a gun in their hand, pulling the trigger to take Charlie Kirk's life. So what does any of this have to do with that? Or you're not even saying how either one of them could be a shooter. We're still waiting on her to produce evidence someone else pulled the trigger. Isn't that what she's supposed to be looking at? God. Candace, you're bad at this. All of this is going to court, you dingus. They're not dropping the lawsuit because you're throwing a tantrum either. If anything, you're going to have to pay the price for sitting out these CIA impersonating mummy sleuths to try to stalk and track down 6 days of activity on the First Lady of France, not the United States of America. Why won't she be this overzealous when it comes to Melania Trump?
As I was doing this episode talking about the DuPont family, I hadn't realized that the people that are filing paperwork for me, or rather the founder of that firm, the founding partner of that firm, who's since retired, is DuPont. It's the DuPont family. So it makes sense because as the people in Delaware are telling us, everything is DuPont. The Vanity Fair article continues. The heir to the DuPont chemical fortune, and to be clear, that is what they specialize in, chemicals that are used in war. We're going to get more into that later. Also admitted to sexually assaulting his infant son. He was initially charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape, which would have carried a mandatory 20-year prison term if convicted. Richards, again accused of raping 2 of his own children, was instead released on a $60,000 bail and eventually copped a plea deal that involved him admitting that he had abused.
What does this have to do?
Was found stuffed in the air conditioner.
I'm not doing this.
France in the story, gotten alleged.
Oh my gosh, she's sitting here talking about S workers and blah blah blah
in prison.
I can't have that in my video.
Okay, great, cool. France in the story, got an alleged murder for hire. I guess not an alleged murder. It's not alleged, it's just murder for hire. We've got incest. We've got Jeffrey Epstein.
What does that have to do with who pulled the trigger? You're talking about your own attorney's law firm. You pick these people. You call them, almost family. Didn't you say that your son was playing with one of them? With Chad Chandler? Because you spend so much time with your attorneys? And now you're sitting here talking about the founder of that law firm being a DuPont and something with something kid, something stuff I don't even want to play in my video. And you just do this like she has no soul or consciousness about none of this stuff.
His ties to France. I'm just kind of noticing a theme here, if you will. A theme here that makes me holiday.
There's no theme here. People from France came in and immigrated a few centuries ago. They were fruitful, multiplied, had kids, their descendants, bought up a bunch of buildings, started companies, a law firm. They went to school. They created a life for themselves. And somehow you think that they're not supposed to have any family ties in Wilmington, Delaware. What's the population of the city of Wilmington? It doesn't seem like it's like a large city like New York City here. Why is that so alarming to her? To see the descendants of the DuPonts having businesses and law firms and investors and all these things. They got banks and hospitals. Why is that foreign to her? They created a community that's no different than any Italian immigrant, any Native American that was already here, descendant of African slaves, people who created a life for themselves. How is that any different? Scotland immigrants, we got immigrants that came out from all over Europe. What does this have to do with anything? What does any of this have to do with the chicken or the egg? It's like day 2, Candace crash shop continues. You can't make this up. Big man.
A bit uncomfortable. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Because you should be feeling uncomfortable, especially if you're me, okay? And you find out really by the grace of God that there was this plot to murder me, okay? I'm just...
That she still hasn't provided evidence for, okay? Because she just, can't even tell us who the high-ranking French government employee is, okay? While she dogs out that same French government, okay? Not even a transaction from Club de Saint, okay? Because, okay. Yeah, okay.
Not liking all of this coincidence. It's starting to feel like a conspiracy, if I'm being honest with you. And we should get back to our map now because it's getting a little squishy in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm feeling claustrophobic in Wilmington, Delaware, and I've never even been there, okay? So here's our block. We've got couple of blocks here. And we've told you yesterday, we've got this FBI suite in this building that's actually owned by the Wilmington Trust at 500 Delaware Avenue. We've got Brigitte Lawyers at 919 North Market Street. Also in that building happens to be Stacey Sheridan's registered agent. That's Stacey Sheridan of Turning Point USA. We're going to talk about her in a second. We've got the Wilmington Trust actual location, which is at 1100 North Market. We told you about this crane, this red crane at 1100 North King Street, and that's Brace.
What's the crane for again? Who cares about the crane, Candace? Your attorneys don't even care about the crane. They're worried about trying to represent you in court, and now you're sitting here having an issue with the fact that the actual law firm was founded by someone that is a descendant of the DuPont family. But because they have a different last name, maybe because the mother got married and took on her husband's last name, something you should think about doing, Candace. Only High Court of Australia has you noted as Candace Owens Farmer. But, Richard somehow, it's like his parents didn't get married and he didn't just take on the last name of maybe his father. Maybe his mother is the direct descendant of the DuPont family. And then she got married and then her last name became Richards. Who knows? But why is that suspicious and somehow uncommon? What the hell? She can't make this. You can't make this up. Seth said if she wanted a real French connection, New Orleans was actually very French until the 80s. Some people only spoke French, but I guess finding a connection is too hard. Exactly. Insane in the red crane, insane in the crane. Oh no, reply. This is just her flood the zone overflow of information, so the viewer has no idea what she's even talking about by the end. Exactly. This is how the candy asses and the bots sit here and they disseminate this dumb information, and then they go around saying, "Oh, she's telling the truth. She's spitting facts." What the hell is the significance of the crane? It was not like the red crane was at the campus of UVU when Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. Why is the crane important? Did the crane grow up and become a transformer? Perhaps the crane transformed into a robot that was somehow and bamboozled by this MK Ultra program. And Brigitte Macron is the only one with the remote control. Let's call this crane Optimus Prime, okay? I can't even do this without laughing. So Optimus Prime turned into a red crane and sat on the rooftop until someone went there, took a picture of it. And somehow this red crane, Optimus Prime, went to UVU, did something, who knows what, was able to blend in with thousands of people, and went back and landed right back on top of that building in Wilmington, Delaware. Shout out to Optimus Prime, y'all.
Bridge complex, which is supposed to house Insight headquarters, and they've got a French CEO. It's just a lot happening here. And again, now having a registered agent in Delaware isn't, you have an LLC, you're supposed to have a registered agent, and people tend to choose between Wyoming and Delaware, sometimes Las Vegas, to form their own corporations. But wow, what are the chances that Stacey Sheridan...
Candace, stick to the script, girl. We can tell when you get off script. Just read the damn script. What the hell you doing?
Has a registered agent that's in that building too, because I have LLCs and I've got LLCs in Delaware, and I'm not even.
Ooh. Did she just tell herself some more? Dear Emmanuel and Brigitte Macron and their attorneys, she just literally rendered her entire motion to dismiss based on lack of jurisdiction null and void, people. Because Candace is just saying dumb things and has no idea. Candace, you just admitted that you have LLCs in Delaware. Oh, dear Lord. Can someone email this to her attorney? Oh, let me snip this. Oh, this is a snippet. See, I thought I was going to be mad the whole time. Look at God. Good. Boy, God won't turn this thing around in your favor. You can't make this up. Candace, you just told on yourself. You just literally rendered your entire defense null and void. You are confirming the argument that they are suing you in Delaware because your LLCs are registered in Delaware. You just confirmed the girl like a jurisdiction in my ass. Candace. Oh, I gotta snip this. Oh, we love it. We love it. Candace, you just told on yourself, you clown. Oh, this is too good. Candace gonna lose like hell. Someone make sure that Judge Rennie gets this. Judge Rennie is the presiding judge over that lawsuit. Make sure y'all, somebody send this to Judge Rennie. Just in case they come in here talking about the court doesn't have jurisdiction. The defendant herself admitted that her LLCs are registered in Delaware. You can't make this up. God, it's so good.
And I'm not even in Wilmington. There's a lot to choose from. It's a whole state.
Candace, you don't have to be in Wilmington. Your LLCs are registered there. And all of this defamation you're doing on your YouTube channel, it falls under your Candace Owens LLC. That's one of the law says they have the right, plus case law, because case law also helps you understand how to interpret laws. There's case law and laws that say that they have the right to sue you in the state of Delaware because your business entities are registered there. And that is where your YouTube channel, your social media, all your revenue, profits from your dumb t-shirts and your hats, where you're using this CIA logo without consent, the likeness and image of it without consent, violating more federal laws than that. All that money you're making on this defamation, all the videos, the 8-part series, the books, the t-shirts, all that nonsense where you made money was made under that Candace Owens LLC. You do not, by law, have to physically reside in the state of Delaware in order for them to sue you in Delaware. That's where your LLCs are, and that's where the money is. And that's what the hell they're going after, girl. And Georgetown Inc. Yeah, I've already proven this, but it's just so wonderful to hear her confirm this, because here's a moment where she's not lying. Candace, everything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of law. Man, listen, you can't make this stuff up. She big mad. Candace is big mad. Hold on. Hold on. I'm seeing the comments, y'all. Let's get to some comments right quick. Oh, this is too good. It's not the Candy Clean plane anymore. No, Optimus Prime just figured it was best for him to hide out as a crane. Lord. There's a bunch of big corps registered in Delaware, like McDonald's, Amazon. Exactly. USA Today, they also registered there. Why is she laughing this hard? I'm confused. She seems stressed. I'm not stressed, honey. I'm blessed. Candace just told on herself. So her motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, yeah, no, the judge is going to deny that like hell. The judge is going to say, well, you admitted yourself that your LLCs are registered here. So, yes, this court does have jurisdiction. You can't make this up. Candace, this is why reading is fundamental. Oh, my God. Yes, they have good tax benefits, but they have easy to sue laws too, and no pro se for businesses. It's rough and ill advised to open a company outside of your state of operations. Exactly. But she about to catch it, because Candace, you just admitted it. You just literally rendered your motion to dismiss to be null and void. You are confirming the law that gives them the right, the legal standing to sue you in Delaware, by confirming your LLCs are registered in Delaware. You don't have to physically live there. Why isn't your attorney telling you what the law states and showing you case law on that? You can't make this up. This is why I keep saying YouTube is not court. And court is not like going on your YouTube channel. I don't care what the hell Candace says. It's not based on a finding of fact, law, and evidence. It's irrelevant. She is going to go to court, and her attorneys are just probably sitting here pulling their hair out. They're probably like, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh, man, you can imagine they had a meeting. They just had a Zoom conference hearing or something. And they telling each other, we got to do something about Candace. We can't sit here and represent her. She's making all of us look stupid. How are they going to go to court and say, Your Honor, we're seeking a motion to dismiss based on this court's lack of jurisdiction? And guess what? The Macron's attorney is going to say, Your Honor, the defendant admitted that her LLCs are registered in this state. And here's the law and case law that gives us the legal standing to have this matter heard in the state of Delaware. The judge is going to say, I agree with the law. The end. Denied. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Yes, she said she has LLC in Delaware. Exactly. You sound miserable and aren't listening. No, I'm listening like hell. Are you talking to me? Let me know. No, I'm listening. She's having this hard because Candace is making a fool of herself. Exactly. Candace is making it hard for. She just literally obliterated her whole defense. She just obliterated it. I challenged the candy asses and the bots. Go read her motion to dismiss. She can sit here and keep lying to you all about it, but you all could just Google it yourselves. It's online. It's available to the public. Read the motion to dismiss. She just invalidated her entire defense. You can't make this up. Some people aren't intelligent enough to see through a con. Dots connect. Exactly. She's ignoring you. She must be sad, angry, unlikable, liberal. I can hear the ugly in your voice. Oh, no. No. I can hear the sound of the judge, telling her motion to dismiss is denied because she just told on herself. Because laws are laws. Facts are facts, and neither of those things care about how you feel. They just don't. Boy, this is epic. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Oh, shout out to all the candy asses that are big mad. Bigly mad. They bigly mad right now. Candace is making all of you look stupid. People are believing this nonsense. She's still gonna have to pay her lawyers regardless. Exactly. Yeah, she is. She gonna have to pay her attorneys all that money. You can't make this up. It's just free money to represent a losing case. Yep. Unless she fires them and gets other the whole new set of attorneys, they still have to be registered. The bar license has to be registered in the state of Delaware to practice law in Delaware, because this matter is being heard in the Delaware court. You can't have an attorney that's not licensed to practice law in that state. So she would still have to find an attorney in Delaware for that lawsuit. Candace, you're the one running from this lawsuit. You literally just destroyed your entire defense, girl. You can't make this up. I think, hey, Iber, how you doing? Think about it. I think her attorneys dropped her. She runs her mouth and has also stated her Brigitte series were opinion in her motion to dismiss. Any lawyer knows that they will not win this case. Yeah, at this point, yeah, no, Candace is going to lose. Because when she said in her video that it is a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man, it was no longer her opinion. It became a provable false statement. And even after they attempted to get her to correct the record, they sent exhibits, photos, a birth announcement, all those things. The court doesn't care whether Candace accepts exhibits or not. They don't care about that. The jury will be looking at the exhibits either way if it goes to trial, which at this point, there's either a chance that more chance to me that she's going to try to negotiate and settle out of court and then try to keep it all confidential. You know, when you hear undisclosed amount, that means they want to keep the settlement under wraps. That's going to be her first attempt. And if the Macron say, nope, we want a whole trial, they don't have to take her settlement offer. Nope, we want a trial. Guess what? All that exhibit becomes public information. Candace, we will be listening to every damn hearing. And I'm reporting on every second of it. You can't make this up. This is absolutely too good. This is too good. This is too good. She just destroyed her own defense. Oh my God. Y'all, I gotta go back. Let me go back. That's what you get, Candace, for running your mouth. This is what happens.
Now, having a registered agent in Delaware isn't, you have an LLC, you're supposed to have a registered agent, and people tend to choose between Wyoming and Delaware, sometimes Las Vegas to form their own corporations. But wow, what are the chances that Stacey Sheridan has a registered agent that's in that building too? Because I have LLCs and I've got LLCs in Delaware, and I'm not even in Wilmington. There's a lot to choose from. It's a whole state. But Stacey Sheridan's registered agent is there too. God. People had noted, by the way, that she had a few LLCs, which she was getting paid through. It could all be above board. I don't really know. But the one I'm speaking about is Cloverstone.
It doesn't matter, Candace. You are getting paid through your LLCs because your channels are registered under your LLCs and you're making money on your channels, on your social media. So you're making money through your LLCs. What is the problem here? There's nothing illegal about it. That's why they're suing you in Delaware. That's where the money is. You know, because you could follow the money when it comes to those transactions from club to sign, but you refuse to do that. We're waiting on confirmation that she files an FBI formal complaint. Candace, I dare you to do it. I dare you, Candace Amber Owens Farmer, to file a formal complaint with the FBI on their website and show confirmation of that complaint. Because the moment you do it, you're going to be setting yourself up for facing criminal charges. I dare you. And show proof when you do it. Show that confirmation you filed that formal complaint with the FBI. You know damn well you have no evidence, girl. But I dare you. Go ahead, make us all happy. Prove me wrong. File that formal complaint to the FBI, Candace, and post up confirmation that you filed it with all of your evidence and exhibits attached, where you're alleging that the Macrones put out some sort of assassination hit on you. File it formally with the FBI. Stop sending text messages to people that work there. And then you didn't even show evidence of that. Did she ever post up the text message she sent to that FBI agent? What about the actual information she sent over to Donald Trump? Of all things she could be posting up, why didn't she post up the text message she sent to the FBI agent? Candace, when you gonna do that? Has anyone seen her post up the text to the FBI? I dare you, Candace. I dare you. Yeah, how is this investigating Charlie's assassination? She's just really rambling at this point. Exactly. What lawyers would allow her to be so reckless with Mal? She's delaying discovery because she does not have attorneys. Yeah. If she doesn't have attorneys, then they're gonna try to go in and she's gonna get new attorneys, and then they're gonna ask for, additional time to review the case. Candace, you already know. You just admitted it. You can't go in and say this court has no jurisdiction. Your LLCs are registered there. They have it. You can't make that up, man. Oh boy. You do know it's not a crime to file a report, right? I never said that. If it's a fraudulent false complaint, I want her to file it. Then you just hear me dare her. How about this? Why don't the candy asses and the bots encourage her to do it and then post up confirmation of it? Along with post up that text message you sent to that FBI agent, Candace. Post that up. Let's see it. Hey, Francisca. How you doing? Shout out to Francisca. Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Hit the like button. I want the candy asses and the bots to dare Candace Owens to file the formal complaint with the FBI. And once you do that, I filed complaints with the FBI in the past. They will give you a confirmation that your complaint has been received. Post up the confirmation, Candace. Post up the text message you sent to that FBI agent. Post it up. Why is that secret information? She sent the text. She didn't even do it formally. I went over the law yesterday. You file a false complaint to the feds, to the FBI, knowingly and willfully making false statements and accusations to the FBI. You can be criminally charged. That's a violation of a whole federal law. We went over that law yesterday. You can't make this up. Unaware in Delaware, I see London, I see France. Candace showed her underpants. She's jumping on both lives. Are you talking about me, Juju? George will file for divorce. Oh yeah, he is. She's like a rabbit dog out of control. What's going on, Sam? Shout out to you. She has a scent in her nose and she won't stop until she has it or die try. Exactly. What is the FBI going to do as the president of France? They can't do shit. She the one that said she filed the complaint with the FBI. We're going on what she said. She filed that complaint. She said she sent the text message to the feds. She said that she sent, I guess, a letter or something to Donald Trump, to the president. And they confirmed that he put it on his desk. Candace is the one that said she sent a text message to the FBI, to a high-ranking FBI agent. But she didn't do the official channel, the official email to them. It's not an email, it's a complaint online. But she didn't do it officially. I'm saying she should go ahead and do it officially and show proof that she's done it. Otherwise, the candy asses would have to call her a liar, wouldn't they? Then she'll be putting herself at risk for knowingly and willfully making false statements. She's the one that brought that up. She's the one sitting here alleging that the Macrones is trying to assassinate her. Why would you not file that to the FBI for an investigation? She's not even making moves to show that her life is in danger. This girl is going to Dollywood with no security. Candace is the one saying all this crap. So challenge her to file the formal FBI complaint and post up the proof that has been submitted and post that text message she sent to that FBI agent. We'll wait. We'll wait. Because if anything else, wouldn't you file a complaint with them to have them investigated? That's what Candace said. We're just challenging her to follow through on it. No, she did not. Yeah, I kind of figured it. I've been able to check Twitter X all day. Candace, we dare you to post up the text you sent to the FBI agent. We're daring you. Post it up, girl. You can't make this up. Why would I be jealous of her money? I thought I was getting paid $7,000 from Israel. I thought I was getting paid $7,000. I dare Candace to post up that text message she sent to the FBI agent. Or else, Candace, you lied. So either you post the text, you file the formal complaint to the feds, because you're the one saying someone's trying to assassinate you, or you made the whole thing up and you're lying through your teeth, Candace. Pick one. Keyword of the month, evidence. We're just waiting for it. This is what she said today. Water cooler talk around the office of Turning Point USA led to an explosive revelation about a secret they've been keeping. One that actually brought me to tears. Oh, God. What's the secret? You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to it.
Ventures. Stacy, by the way, is the senior advancement director at Turning Point USA. She was brought in specifically by Tyler Boyer to raise money and to take Turning Point to the next level. And regarding Tyler Boyer, now we could say maybe a couple of weeks ago that he's a criminal, but actually Donald Trump pardoned him. He pardoned Tyler Boyer a couple of weeks ago, so we can't, that's actually not real. He's been pardoned. But he is always up to no good, I can tell you that. And he brings in this Stacey Sheridan. I got to tell you, I did not like her at all. Just the vibe was off. I did not like her, and I expressed that to Charlie to his face when she was hired. That's when I kind of notoriously said to him, you can't go down this path with money, okay? Because people that want to raise money and you bring people over with the incentive of just wanting a lot of money, you can run into trouble that way. Which is why I didn't feel great about the fact that she was so involved after Charlie's assassination. Stacey Sheridan is the one that was filming. Everyone was like, who's filming his casket as it's being escorted off of Air Force Two, crying, holding that Stacey. Like I said, I just felt spiritually that Charlie hiring her was a mistake. She didn't pass my vibe check. So
no one cares. You're not the CEO. Candace, you do realize Charlie Kirk did not pick you. He didn't make you CEO. You can't even say what was in his living will. Erica Kirk is the CEO. So no one cares if she passed your vibe check. Your vibes and your opinion of who get hired in Turning Point USA is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And the fact that you did work there for all of 19 months? Not even 2 full years? And you did not become the next CEO? Is all that we need to know. Because obviously Charlie Kirk didn't trust you with Turning Point USA either. Wouldn't he have already had that in a will? Maybe did a video about it. But he didn't give it to you, Candace. And look why. You're trying to tear it down. No solutions to any issues there. You're not even pointing out any problems. You're not even showing evidence of what they lied about. No one cares about your vibe check, girl. You're not the CEO.
Suddenly she's everywhere. She's eulogizing Charlie Kirk on stage. She is capturing intimate photos of his casket. She's then at the White House shedding tears over this fake holiday that's been created, when I just want to solve actually who did this. And the whole thing was making my skin crawl, if I'm being honest. Her involvement specifically made my skin crawl. And I want to say that openly and honestly, okay? But she's there.
What?
And she's there in this squishy block. In this one block, we are all just chilling Wilmington, right? And we would have never gotten to this block, by the way, had it not been for the Egyptian planes. Us simply tracking these Egyptian planes and somebody giving us a tip like, hey, kind of weird that's flying through Wilmington. And we go, aha, lights on. And
what the hell was this transition? Did y'all see this? But she's there, and there's because reasons. Yeah, this freeze frame is epic. How did we get from this lady being employed with Turning Point to Egyptian planes? What kind of transition is that?
In this squishy block. this one block, we are all just chilling in Wilmington, right? And we would have never gotten to this block, by the way, had it not been for the Egyptian planes, us simply tracking these Egyptian planes and somebody giving us a tip like, hey, kind of weird that's flying through Wilmington. And we go, aha, lights on. And here we are, right?
You can't make this up.
We learn about this French and Israeli Ace Partners being the second largest shareholder of Satis. They decide to lease out this hangar. We learn that that requires federal approval because it sits on federal airways. And maybe that means it requires French approval. Who knows? Who knows?
What? No, stop. The hell you say? Why would we need French approval for anything happening on U.S. soil? See here, and I want to make sure I saw a comment. Let me go up to it because I'm on another screen, so it's hard to Unless the crime is done on American soil, it doesn't matter. There is no jurisdiction. So what typically could happen is that the FBI could reach out to the counterpart in the French government to let them know this is what, this person is alleging. The thing is, she hasn't even filed a formal complaint. Candace is the one that doesn't understand how FBI investigations work. She said she sent a text to an FBI agent. She's the one alleging that the Macrons are trying to assassinate her. But Candace is the one acting like she doesn't know this. She's the one putting this stuff out here. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not even disagreeing. But she's the one that's coming up with this nonsense. I'm daring her to file a formal complaint and post up the text message she claims she sent to a high-ranking FBI agent or employee of some sort. Can you all hear? It's back. Okay, cool. Y'all can hear. I don't know what's happened. Time to clip this part. So yeah, I am. Candace needs to slow the snow. It's really y'all see how she transitioned. Okay, cool. I don't know what happened. Let me make myself smile. FBI dude left on read. Make this up. Candace, we're daring you to post a text you sent to the FBI. Now let's get to this nonsense here. That's so un-American. That means it requires French approval. What the hell would require French approval again? What you mean something requires French approval on U.S. soil?
Ways, and maybe that means it requires French approval. Who knows?
Why? Why would we need the approval of France for someone to lease out a hangar on U.S. soil? We're a sovereign nation. What the hell are you talking about? It's the stuff like this that stuff like this irritates me because it's almost like you're saying that some other country rules and regulates us. No, we don't need their approval to do shit. And she claims to be America first. How is any of this America first? Candace is entirely focused on everything going on in other countries and not her own. She can't even admit that President Roosevelt urged the Attorney General at the time, Bonaparte, to create the Bureau of Investigation, a U.S. president at the time. And now she's everything is either France or Israel or Australia or, Egypt. Next, it's going to be Antarctica, the entire continent of Europe. I mean, Africa, the whole continent. She's focused on everything and everyone else except the United States of America. This is the same person that has no idea how FBI investigations work. And she's supposed to be a U.S. American citizen. She didn't even Google it and look it up. We don't need French approval for someone to lease a hangar. The hell wrong with you, girl? The United States is not bound by French laws and vice versa. Our Constitution will not allow it. It does not permit the U.S. to follow the laws of another country. We are a sovereign nation, independent republic nation that's supposed to be upholding democracy. We don't need their approval for that. This is unbelievable. I got to snip it. Because you just can't make this stuff up. It's not even a joke. It's just, how do you say that the U.S. is a punk without calling us punks, I guess? I don't know. The hell, we need their approval for a hangar in our country. Get out of here. You can't make this up.
Who knows? I don't know anything at this point except everything stinks to high heaven. And so I started asking myself, what do we all have in common? Why are we all just chilling in Delaware? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. What are we all doing over here near King Street? Who is the king? Right? Do we have some shared interest that I haven't seen through yet? And now would be
your LLC is registered in Delaware. Why did you register your Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc. business entities in the state of Delaware? Why not register it in another state? Why was it registered there in Delaware, Candace? Obviously, there was some benefit to you registering your LLC in the state of Delaware. That's the only reason why the Macrones are suing you in the state of Delaware. Because of your LLCs that's garnering and generating revenue. Why didn't you just file the LLC in a different state? When you tried to do it in Tennessee, why did you abandon the pursuit of trying to get the LLC registered in Tennessee? Or any other state in the U.S.? Pick another state. Obviously, this financially benefited her as well. But Candace want to sit here and make it seem like, oh, it's so suspicious and so sketchy that they're all in Delaware. What's the obsession of Delaware? Your LLC is there, girl. The end. That's the only connecting factor between you and the Macrones. Your LLC being registered in Delaware. If it were registered anywhere else, they would have filed the lawsuit in whatever state your LLCs are registered in. It's that simple. No one told her to do that. No one told Candace Owens to register her LLC in the state of Delaware. She did that dumb crap on her own.
The appropriate time for us to get back into that timeline, because there is an important question that we forgot to ask. So let's jump into our timeline, beginning with the inflection point, which was that Tucker Carlson speech.
Oh, dear Lord.
Now, I want to say this on that July 11th when Tucker Carlson gave that speech. I did, and I hope I'm not betraying anything too private here, but I asked Tucker about that speech. I was like, what inspired you? I went back and watched it, and he's going hard, and he's talking about where's all this money coming from, and is this even a meritocracy? Like, why are people that are not impressive billionaires? What's happening in this country? I asked Tucker, what made you say that? And he said, I had no plan to say it. It just came out of my mouth. It was just inspired. It just came out of my mouth when I hit the stage. There's no plan. Charlie said goes Max, and that is what Tucker riffs. And I do think that was a part of, there was something spiritual that moved him to say that. I will say that. Anyway, so that's July 11th. Tucker Carlson speaks.
How was that spiritual, Candace? Enlighten us, because I tend to doubt that you're even Christian at this point. What is so spiritual about this? It makes no sense. She's not number one, honey. She's not even top 3. That's a Google search. She's not number 1. I mean, these simple facts like this. If she were number 1, we would say she's number 1, but she's not. She's not even top 3. And then her views are going down. This makes no sense. She made her made up timeline. You can't make this up. Delaware has really good tax breaks on businesses. Even Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have their LLC in Delaware. There you go, Eminem. Thank you, Eminem. So, Candace, you registered your LLCs in Delaware as well because you wanted the tax breaks. You wanted to enjoy the benefits. You sit here and you dog out global elitists while you yourself and George are global elitist. You can't make this up. You have become the one thing you claim you despise. And you're, of course, going to capitalize on your revenue and try to find all the tax breaks you can. Why is it somehow a cardinal sin if someone else does it? Is this not a capitalist society here? you know, because we all know she does not like those communistic bees. She can't stand them. So she's the only one that gets to enjoy capitalism and no one else. This is absolutely absurd. She literally just told on herself and dismantled her entire defense. Now she's sitting and talking about the United States needs approval from France for a hangar. Girl, if you don't kick rocks, that's being leased. You can't make this up. Oh man, C-Star says she brings in timeliness to sound official. And it still makes no sense. Why does Tucker's son have a job working for the VP? Is that meritocracy? I'm wondering that too, Shelly. Good question. Hey, fam, what's going on, Prowler? How you doing, honey? What's going on? She dropped from number one. Exactly. It's a Google search. It is a Google search. I refuse to allow any of the Lucksters to be tapped out of reality to where you guys can't Google that. I encourage you all to. I would love to see the candy asses actually dare her to post that text she sent to the FBI agent and to file a formal complaint to the FBI. Candace, I dare you. I'm going to tweet that tonight. I dare. That's going to be my thumbnail. I dare you to file the FBI complaint and post the text, Candace. I dare you. Go ahead and do it. For once in your life, give us that evidence, girl. You can't make this up. She's a witch for sure, causing chaos. Candace calls him the incomparable Tucker Carlson. Yeah, but when they say the amazing Mikey McCoy, for some reason, hell has to freeze over because Candace Owens' blood just boiled. Candace, the United States does not care about alien blood boiling or you throwing a tantrum. We just don't care. This is unbelievable. Oh my gosh, she's a clown. Yeah, this is insane. Have you put her out to pasture? Yeah. Shout out to you, Proud Liberal. Thank you for the $2 super. I appreciate it. Look at God. What are you doing? Oh, I got supers. I got a new member. Shout out to you, CJ, for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Thank you. And welcome. Oh, all that love and support. Y'all see, I forget once again, we have a $25 goal for the live stream, but however you guys want to support, I just hit the like button. I appreciate that even more. You can't make this up. I'm surprised Prince Harry ain't running for governor of California. Child been ran him up out of there. California ain't even on. They on something over there. Who knows what's going on?
Turning Point USA's conference, and the donors freak out. Calls out Jeffrey Epstein. He says that people who serve in foreign armies should be stripped of their citizenship. He muses about Bill Ackman's wealth and where it comes from. We are told, even though we have not been able to confirm this with a shred of evidence, that it was 7 days later.
What the hell? Then why are you saying it? Do y'all see?
And the donors freak out. Calls out Jeffrey Epstein. He says that people who serve in foreign armies should be stripped of their citizenship. He muses about Bill Ackman's wealth and where it comes from. We are told, even though we have not been able to confirm this with a shred of evidence, that
you have not been able to confirm this with a shred of evidence. Then why are you bringing it up? Candace, you're bad at this, girl. You've already thrown your defense. Your whole legal argument of lack of jurisdiction is out the damn window. You just kicked your whole defense straight to hell. in a hot handbasket. You can't make
It
this
was
up.
7 days later that the request came from to Turning Point USA from UVU's chapter for Charlie to have this event. That's very late in the day already, but again, we see no
What
proof
is
of
this
this.
timeline?
We do
No
know
proof.
that right after that, our Egyptian yellow plane flies to Lincoln, Nebraska. And 2 days later, it is announced in Nebraska that they're going to be doing a trade and investment trip with Egypt. There was some private off-record meeting that took place to make this come to fruition. And there were international professionals that were there per the media. But who were these professionals that met with Secretary of State Bob Evnen? Why is this meeting somehow off record? And when people, and they have done that, have requested information, they say, oh, there's nothing that has been that's public that we can share with you. Thank you to, by the way, the citizens of Nebraska who did that. I received your emails even if I was not able to respond.
What? I mean, can you post up the FBI text message you sent to them saying, you need their help with this assassination plot thing? I'm sorry. Did someone in Nebraska, pull the trigger? Because that's what we're supposed to be getting to at some point here, Candace. You saying Tyler Robertson didn't pull the trigger. This person pulled it. And then you can say the name and show a photo and show some evidence. Someone else pulled the trigger. I don't do whataboutisms. Just for all those candy asses in the chat, Jesus loves the trolls as well. I don't do whataboutisms. I deal with evidence. So if Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger, someone pulled the trigger. Who did it is the question. So all this rigmarole for Candace to sit here and talk about all this nonsense, all because she's being sued. And you just threw your defense out the window, Candace. The fact that she just said twice, they don't have any evidence to confirm that at all. Why are you bringing it up then? It's irrelevant. It's a moot point.
Anyways, then it departs Nebraska, our yellow planes, and it heads to Wilmington, and then it goes back to Cairo.
Based on real evidence.
We then know that in this same time frame ish is when Charlie vacations up to Maine for a couple of weeks to be with his family. Goes off radar. We've got Mikey McCoy and his wife Eliza that join them for the first time they're doing a joint family vacation, and Mikey's capturing these last videos that are going to warm our hearts about Charlie. And he's like amazing. That's just how he is. And on July 25th, Charlie speaks in Westchester, New York. At the end of July, this is a new little update for you. YRefi comes in as the #1 sponsor of the Charlie Kirk Fall Tour. So this is end of July, early August. And I'm wondering why they did that then, because that's pretty late in the day. Remember, this was something they freaked out about when I said, hey, this is not how Turning Point events are come together. They're not instant, actually. In the history of me speaking on college campuses and having headlined these tours, they are planning them at least a semester ahead. And then it was like mass panic. I got like Lila Rose and Ali Stuckey, who have never headlined their tour, suddenly saying, that's not true. That's not true. What are you talking about? And I'm talking about I worked there. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. And that was a weird thing to debunk.
But you worked there how many years ago? How many years ago did she work there? When did she leave Turning Point? When did she leave Turning Point? What year did she leave Turning Point? Was it 2019? Where's the text that she sent over to the FBI agent? Do you have that evidence? Post it up. Because clout and all. Post it up. Why didn't she file a formal complaint to the FBI? Post it up. Where's the transactions that she claimed were being paid through Club de Sante? Who's the French employee again that called her? Why didn't they send her email evidence? May 2019. Candace, it's the year of our Lord, December 3rd, 2025. It's 2025. It's been 6 years since you worked there, well over 6 years. What makes you think they did not change up their business of operations? Are you really this dense to think that they're supposed to still operate the same exact way for over 6.5 years? 6 years, 7 months. to be exact. Somehow they're never supposed to change up their operations and how they do things in 6.5 years. I don't care about that. I want to see the text message she sent to the FBI agent. Stop dancing around the point. Because, the candy asses, you guys are going to be held just as accountable as she is. Post up the actual text that she sent to the FBI agent. Where's the actual evidence of the payments from Club Dasant? Post it up. Post it up. I mean, we're doing this for, we're doing this for clicks and views and shit. Post it up. If there's no evidence, then why is she saying that someone paid for her assassination then? Why is she saying that as a fact? Why didn't she file the FBI complaint, but she said she did? Oh, I got the snippets. These are her words. You're admitting that there's no evidence. Why you're sitting here saying retard? So you're admitting there's no evidence. Why is she saying that this is a fact, that someone was trying to assassinate her with no evidence? You understand how stupid that is? You understand how stupid that is? I'm not going to call you the R word back because I think it's, low IQ stuff. But do you understand how dumb that is? That's not smart. She need evidence. How is that smart? Can you define the word smart? She doesn't post up any evidence. Where are the payments from Club Dasant? You just said there's no evidence. So you're proving my point. She has no evidence. So why is she making these claims as facts? Why is she accusing someone of trying to assassinate her when there's no evidence to prove it? How does that make her smarter? I'm just saying. Candy asks, I told y'all the bots are working overtime to get that Christmas bonus money. These bot farms are just they're offering boohoo overtime hours. How does that make her smart if there's no evidence? Oh wow. Yeah. The N-word, really? This is what they do. They go to name call because they're just as dumb as their cult leader. The N-word child boo. No evidence? Gotcha. That's what I'm saying. They use the N-word. They call people's names. She paying Vinny. I know, right? Minimum wage. Vinny, don't get mad because you're being paid $2 an hour. Candace said that's how much you're worth. You can't make this up. No, I had to block him because we don't do N-words. We don't do racial slurs. Why they sit here and exalt Candace, who's also black? Funny how that hypocrisy works. I'm getting a racial slur, the N-word, while they try to defend another black woman. Are they not seeing the color of her skin? Wouldn't that make her an N-word as well? But somehow she's supposed to be smarter than me. Why they sit here and call me a racial slur when I'm the same African American descent that Candace Owens is? Make that make sense? You can't make this up. That's what they do. They resort to the name calling because they're just as dumb as their cult leader. And calling me the N-word is the same thing as calling her the N-word because she's black as well. You can't make this up. You can't make that up. Yeah, we catch stuff like that all the time. I just boot them. Once I see they're not trying to have conversations, they're not asking questions, they're not leaving comments. This idiot just literally admitted she has no evidence. There's no evidence. And then another name call, then the N-word. Same thing goes for Candace then, I guess, because she's a black woman. But still no evidence. That's the whole point. There's no evidence. And her own bots are telling on her. They're confirming it because they're so smart. You can't make this up.
And I'm wondering, why was this put together so late in the day? And I am musing here, but I'm wondering if why Refi, after Charlie lost millions of dollars, said, hey, you can make that up by going on tour. You know,
What?
like we are willing to do this, and maybe Charlie actually wasn't planning on going on tour at all, and this tour actually came together.
Why is she staggering? Candace, you are off script and you're making this up as you go. It's so obvious. Read your script. Why are you off script? Y'all see how she's stuttering? It's like she literally is just coming up with this stuff on the spot. You got a script, girl.
Debunk. And I'm wondering, why was this put together so late in the day? And I am musing here, but I'm wondering if why Refi, after Charlie lost millions of dollars, said, hey, you can make that up by going on tour. You know, like we are willing to do this. And maybe Charlie actually wasn't planning on going on tour at all. And this tour actually came together very quickly. I'm musing on that. I'm not.
She's literally winging it right now. It's so obvious she's winging it. She's not even reading the script. Candace, you are bad at this. And your bots are telling on you. They literally said you have no evidence. Fucking idiot.
Introducing that as a fact, I'm introducing that as a question. Anyways, back to our timeline. My Refi is going big, and they are going to be the main sponsor of this fall tour. And that's how that came together. Then we know that in very early August, Turning Point was scouting that location and that event, and they specifically requested for Charlie to be in that amphitheater. Now, apparently Charlie had done, according to some insiders, had loved an event that he had done in an amphitheater environment in Nashville. But I don't know if he said, I only want to do that going forward. But I do know that Turning Point USA insisted upon that. The person that was orchestrating that event, Macy Crofts, was saying, like, this is what Charlie wants. And that could be true. August 2nd is when we have our French Legion.
That could be true, but your bots already said that you have no evidence. So none of this is true. Your own candy ass cult followers and your dumb bots are actually saying you have no evidence. Because they're morons. Okay.
Crofts was saying, well, this is what Charlie wants, and that could be true. August 2nd is when we have our French Legionnaires arriving in America for a 3-week training session in California, which is going to end on the 25th. Happens. And then a couple of days later, we have that Hamptons retreat, which Charlie Kirk himself described as an intervention, an Israel intervention. And influencers who were there said that he was being pressed on his shifting viewpoints on Israel. And we know that the influencers were paid for by Bill Ackman, but I don't think that that's particularly a big deal.
Wait. Where are the receipts to show that? Oh, that's right. The candy asses are already confirming there's no evidence. Candace, they wanted me to let you know that you're the R word and the N word as well. You can't make this up.
Obviously, he has interests and was potentially coming on as donor for Turning Point USA. We have what I do think is a big deal, which is Bibi Netanyahu calling Charlie and offering to take Turning Point to the next level. And that, my friends, is the billion-dollar question, maybe the trillion-dollar question. Exchange for what? Have we considered that? This man is...
No, because none of this is real. You don't have evidence, remember? None of this leads back to who pulled the trigger. No one is considering dumb stuff that have nothing to do with the actual assassination. You said Tyler James Robinson did not pull the trigger. You said he was involved. You said there was someone out here trying to assassinate you and there were payments from Club Dasant. You said that you filed an FBI complaint, but you didn't do it through the official email. When there's no official email, it's a website. You said you sent a text message to the FBI. And all of this for what? Because you still can't name the person that pulled the trigger. None of this stuff is relevant to anything. Go to court if you want to doing this dumb stuff. Girl, you already lost. You already threw your defense out the window.
Fighting like a 20-front war. And he calls Charlie Kirk and asks, do you want to come to Israel? We can take Turning Point to the next level in exchange for what and through who? Because I'm going to guess that Bibi Netanyahu is not just going to write a check signed by Bibi Netanyahu and just do that as an act of charity. In exchange for what? What's he going to take Turning Point to a next level? This is something that nobody has denied took place. No one has denied that this took place.
We all been denying it. You haven't proven any podcasters are being paid. You haven't shown any receipts that someone got money. Your candy asses and the cult followers and the bots keep saying I'm getting $7,000. I'm just wondering why they're not adding to the pot. You know, they obviously want me to have this money so bad. You can't make this up. Where's any evidence on this? Oh, that's right. Your candy ass follower said there's no evidence. So I said right here, this stuff is not true because your own followers are saying there's no evidence. Your own cult members said there's no evidence. Our word.
And Charlie declined. Charlie declined that offer. So what that signals to me is that Charlie then had information about maybe how they move money, right? Without registering for FARA. I don't know. I think that's a big question that needs to be asked. Let's keep going onto this timeline. Charlie says no, and almost immediately, 10 days later, we got our next point is that our planes come back out and they're flying to Lincoln again. They're going to Omaha. They're going to Wilmington. They stay for one night. Charlie speaks in South Carolina. We have our yellow planes then returning on the 24th, again, always through Wilmington to Egypt.
This is
we then have
it's torture.
Charlie sends out the email asking for a Doge audit of his company, and he announces that Justin Strife is going to be the new COO, taking over for Tyler Boyer, who was the COO. And the thing that he maybe learned when BB asked to take it to the next level.
And yes, I just skipped it for it because I cannot do the timeline again. I just can't do it again. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I am me. No one forces me to one political side or the other. None of that stuff gets you into heaven. It is irrelevant. The concept of republicanism or Democrats does not pay my rent. So regardless of whether or not you claim to be a Republican or a Democrat, you can't call your mortgage company or, wherever you pay rent to and say, hey, I'm a Republican. Can I get my rent free this month? You can't use that to pay your light bill and your water bill, your gas bill, or buy food, can you? I'm sorry. Perhaps there's a card that Republicans receive where they can get free groceries and free gas to put in their car, and I'm missing out. Hey, does being a Republican help you get your mortgage paid off? You go to the store and say, I'm a Republican. I've been voting for such for 5 years. Can I get this $300 worth of groceries for free? I believe I should just be able to walk out of here because, you being a Democrat, you just go walk into the power bill company and just demand that you get free electricity. Is that how that works? Apparently, picking a political side gets your bills paid for reasons, not money, a Republican or Democrat card. You can't make this up. I'm literally saying, tell me how being any political party, Republican or Democrat, gets your bills paid. How does that happen? Because last time I checked, I have to work and earn money. Currency. I have to actually work hard and earn money to pay bills, to buy food. I can't just go to the store and show someone my voter registration card. That doesn't work. That's not currency. You can't make this up. What does that have to do with anything? Do I have to break it down? They don't understand the euphemism. It don't make any sense. Candace doesn't sign my check. Thank you. Candace doesn't pay my bills. She doesn't have to take care of my kids. She don't have to buy food. She don't have to do anything. She has no effect on my household, nor does the candy ass cult members of the bots have any power on my platform. You can't make this up. Somehow, though, if you say something or another, you got to be either a Democrat or a Republican based on what you're saying, based on what somebody likes. Like I give a damn about that. Anybody that knows me here, all the Luxers know I'm not Democrat or Republican. I know how to be neutral. I just don't like lies. That's it. This has nothing to do with being a Republican or a Democrat. I just don't like lies. I want her to post up that text message that she sent to that FBI agent. That's what I want. Candace, we want evidence. They are being annoying. I know. Yeah, the Candaces come here because they enjoy the banter. They know they can't you can't outsmart or debate me on their best day and my worst. I have a whole cold and I can still trample them with 3 questions. Like it doesn't even matter. You can't make this up.
Made him think maybe I should look through Turning Point's finances. Like,
Candace,
where
I'm
is
gonna
this money
sneak this
coming in
up
from
on
and where
you,
is it
girl.
going?
Get this going.
And I don't know that for a fact, but I think it's a fair question, a fair investigative question is what inspired Charlie to suddenly be concerned about not just where the money was going, but where the money was coming from. Was an offer made to him that he declined? Yes. What was that offer for in exchange?
Nothing. You're the one outing people. And why is that something you're figuring out other than the actual shooter? Because we want to get the bad guy off the street, Candace. The candy asses aren't helping at all. They won't even ask her, can you just post up the text message you sent to the FBI agent? Or the payments from Club to Sock? Can you post up anything? Any evidence? They're out here saying she has no evidence. They're confirming it. God. The name calling stuff, that don't bother me. I find it laughable. Because at the end of the day, the candy asses are going telling on them. There is no evidence. We know that. This is why we don't understand why she's sitting here saying these not things and people are calling that truth and fact. Perhaps it's definitions of these terms that the candy asses don't understand. You know, the word of the month here in the Lady Luck Club is evidence. Candace, we're waiting for it.
And I want to say this, Charlie said no. So Charlie died with his soul intact. Died with his soul intact. He said no.
So we're back
said
on
no to a lot of
Are
money.
we back on Israel?
But it was actually a tip that I received early on that pulled everything together for me in a really dark way. It was water cooler talk at Turning Point USA
person.
immediately after Charlie's assassination. A few people had signified and were speculating and thinking about things that were weird. And, you know, I told you we had so many people from Turning Point USA that were just venting in our tip box and telling us that they didn't like the way management was acting and things were weird. And there were just a flurry of things that were coming in. And a few of them had signified that one of the things that was being whispered about that people thought was quite odd that they learned that happened on the day of Charlie's assassination was a rumor pertaining to Justin Strife. An oddly placed phone call that he made almost immediately, as they say, this is alleged, it wasn't on the phone call after Charlie was shot. And I will say allegedly because there's 6 people at Turning Point USA who have said this, that were talking about this.
Name them. Because, you know, you don't mind outing a donor. So name them. Give a job title. Something. Otherwise, like your candy ass bot said, there's no evidence.
Got passed around. They said that Justin had placed an immediate call to a donor prospect. And I said, that's weird. Okay. I'd like to know more about that. Can everybody try to figure out what donor that was? Now, it's possible it could have just been a very close donor friend. Charlie had them. He did. There were some donors that he loved, like family members. And so that was a potential long shot thing, but just interesting. I'd like to know who he was so close to that required an immediate call. Then it turns out that these ladies told me that this donor actually had a pretty big piece of bait on the hook for Turning Point USA. A piece of their billion-dollar company. They were anticipating some IPO and that this was going to be life-changing money. Okay. We're not talking like, oh, a check that's going to be reeled in for $5 million or $10 million or $50 million or like the $90 million that Turning Point USA raised in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. We are talking like billionaire money.
You can't get mad at where people donated money to, Candace. Y'all see why she's ever the more jealous now? Can you imagine if she was made CEO and she was in charge of all this money, this life-changing money? Candace, is that why you're so pissed off that this so-called reunion on stage with Charlie Kirk didn't occur? Because you knew that probably would have been your last shot to become CEO. There would have been a last opportunity for you to finagle your way back into Turning Point USA. Do you really think that Charlie still would have wanted you to be the CEO, even if you still work there? He was not going to put you above his wife. So now she's making these claims and attacking Turning Point, knowing that Erica Kirk is the CEO. She's not speaking in past tense before the day he was shot. These references she's making now, as she degrades Turning Point USA, is after he was shot. She just said it. Weeks following Charlie's assassination. So anything you're saying about Turning Point now, after the assassination, you're automatically insinuating Erica Kirk in this because she's the CEO. What is wrong with her? She's the CEO. So she can't say, well, I know it's past tense, it's just it was before. I'm speaking up until the day he was shot. Now you're saying, here it is, weeks following Charlie's assassination. We're talking like billionaire money that would go to Erica Kirk. That Erica Kirk, being the CEO of, would now be charged to manage. And not just for Turning Point USA, but the other 3 subsidiaries. She still doesn't understand the concept of endowment. And then she listens to somebody who claims to know about finances, this rules and finance person, who himself did not explain how endowments work. I had to debunk both of their dumbasses. She's just coming up with nonsense. And at the end of the day, Erica Kirk is going to see all of this stuff. Hopefully she doesn't watch Candace at this point. I really hope at this point Erica Kirk does not watch or listen to anything Candace Owens has to say. And continues to maintain, the strength God gave her to ignore Candace Owens. Because it's at this point, I'm convinced Candace is trying to get Erica Kirk to respond to her. She knows that would turn a lot of heads and get her more views. To continue to attack Turning Point USA with no evidence to support any of this crap you're saying, Candace. You're doing this to get Erica Kirk's attention. And it's showing how jealous and upset she is that she didn't get that reunion, that any opportunity for her to get back into Turning Point USA, to even be considered to be the CEO, was shot to shit. Why obsess over Turning Point at this point? If you're okay with Erica Kirk being the CEO, because you darn sure won't say anything direct about her, and she won't say her name rather. And then you say she's got to be able to distinguish between being a widow and being the CEO, and she's subjected to scrutiny and all this nonsense. What she's not subjected to, Candace, is lies. Your own candy ass cult members said you have no evidence. Why does Erica Kirk have to put up with her lying? I'm just saying. You can't make this up. You need Jesus and a therapist, probably. She's still on the TPUSA website. What's wrong with TPUSA? I don't understand. She keeps dogging it out. Like it's something going on. Like they're hiding secrets and all this other stuff. And she's speaking in present tense, which means that anything she speaks about regarding Turning Point includes Erica Kirk. Candace, you're the one that said Erica Kirk, she's just going to have to learn how to, handle the criticism as the new CEO. Well, she's not dogging you out. She's not even acknowledging your existence, Candace. She's not even acknowledging the fact that you exist, girl. Must be eating her up. This has always been Candace, hustler, con artist. You can't make this up. Candace is like Vilma from Scooby-Doo. Yeah. It's like a murder she wrote. You can't make this up. What truth hurts? Oh, good Lord. Andrew says, even though I'm a Democrat, I think Charlie has some good ideas, good points. He was a good man. And he was right when he said we need to talk and debate more with each other. I mean, I'm all for free speech here. I'm all for free speech. And I can say that that's one thing he from what I've heard from reporting on Candace, dumb behind. That's one thing he believed in. We can't have an exchange of ideas though when people don't want to acknowledge, what's in our reality here on earth, such as laws, evidence, facts, the true definition of the word truth. When you got the candy asses running around here, saying racial slurs and calling people the R word and N words, they don't add anything, any value to any conversation. They just copy and paste the same dumb comments. They're not even being creative. But if people are just believing what she says and say, oh, she's telling the truth, I don't care if you like Candace or not. I'm not here to convince brainwashed cult members of anything. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. If you like Candace, even if you don't always agree with what she says, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to challenge this nonsense she's saying with her presenting evidence. Why can't she show some evidence? If she were to post up these so-called payment transactions from Club to Sign, that would add credibility to her claim. But she can't even file the complaint formally with the FBI. And she said that she forwarded the information to the FBI. I snipped it. This is why I have the captions on. I agree. We should be able to debate. But you can't debate with people that are just so brainwashed to where they just believe what she says and then they take that as truth. And they don't ever challenge her, even on simple things where they've been lied to about the motion to dismiss. Why aren't they challenging her about that? Why is she stalling this case? It's like she basically just outed her own attorneys even more today. It's crazy. All she talks about is money, like changing money, donors, etc. Exactly. TPUSA 32-day launder money. You have to have evidence on that. Where's the evidence of that? Giving money to their endowment is not illegal. That's not money laundering. I literally cover that in a whole video. I pulled up facts and evidence on that. They legally can transfer money to their subsidiaries, to Turning Point USA endowment. They can actually invest in the stocks. That's what an endowment is for. So where's the evidence of money laundering? Because you can't say that they're sending money to their subsidiaries is illegal, because it's not. That can be Googled and researched. That's a simple fact check. If they own the property, it's theirs. You get people that put money in a building, money in a venture. How is that illegal? I'm not hearing the illegality. You're saying money laundering. That's a crime. Heartstill plays replace the void. Yeah. Most of her live views are bots, by the way. You can tell by like the like ratio. It only had 6.8 likes, which is terrible. Yeah, and then the candy asses come over here for they love the squabble, but they don't hit the like button. They don't even care. They are actually telling on Candace. The one that said there is no evidence. The candy ass bots are telling on them. She already demolished her defense. None of that has any, and the whole thing with Turning Point and all of that. Candace is throwing up all this cannon fodder because she still has to face this lawsuit in the court of law. She can't bully and intimidate the Macrones to drop a lawsuit or to come to the court of public opinion or to respond to her and her nonsense. She can't intimidate them to do that. Judge gonna tear her ass up. I'm telling you it right now. She go to court saying this nonsense, they're gonna tear her up in court. She's training her followers to accuse people of terrible things without evidence. I mean, exactly. You got another content creator that she's listening to talking about, oh, they sent money to their endowment. It's not illegal, but in my personal opinion, I don't like it. No, it's exactly what it's there for. but he didn't even go over the premise of what an endowment is. I did that. You're welcome. I literally went over what an endowment is, the use and the purposes of that, the various types of endowments, how it can be used for investment income. That's the point of it. I went over that information, basic information. Can't make this up. And she's just sitting here going on and on about something else.
Potentially billions of dollars. And this was a very big secret, a huge secret. Just a handful of people were allowed to even know about this, that this was happening. In fact, there's probably people that are watching this right now at Turning Point USA who work in donations. I think it's a pretty large department that have no idea, have never even heard of this, because that's how incredible.
No proof of that. Turning Point USA does not need to respond to Candace Owens. Y'all just ignore her. Don't give her material. Don't give her content. Ignore her. Like she keeps ignoring this lawsuit, the Crohn's, like it's not going to court at some point. Ignore her. They do not need to respond to her. They don't owe anyone any answers at this point, because it doesn't matter what they say. Candace and the candy asses are going to sit here and twist this nonsense up and make more allegations with zero evidence, even though the candy asses are admitting there's no evidence.
Incredibly top level secret this was, okay? But people began to find out about this
secret.
because of just an unfortunate conversation that had been left unattended to, okay? Now, why was the secret supposed to be so guarded? Why is this person getting a phone call? I wanted to know. I wanted to know more. And I start messaging our mommy sleuths and our daddy sleuths and all of my sources at Turning Point USA, and I'm saying anything that you can tell me about.
Yeah, the CIA impersonators. Y'all know that's a crime, right? Impersonating a CIA agent or any federal agent, that's a crime. Impersonation is a felony. The information they come across, some of them are doing dirty tactics and antics to get information. Stalking Brigitte Macron for 6 days will not prove to be fruitful and conducive to your good liberty and freedom. I suggest you all stop impersonating CIA agents, because it's a felony. You can't make this up.
This, in case this might be important. And I got an answer on the name of a donor, and I had completely forgotten, because again, this happened so early following the assassination. I am talking before I even went to Wyoming. My brain was still traumatized. I had so much information I was trying to process while I was grieving that I literally forgot the big part that I learned about this donor. I forgot. And these young women.
Candace, grieving doesn't make you lie. You lie on your own accord. Before he was shot, you were lying about Brigitte Macron with no scientific evidence.
And it told me that this donor was French American, and that this donor's name was Pierre. And it wasn't until yesterday, after we went off air, that I presented to you all of this stuff about the DuPont family, that it clicked. And these ladies messaged me and said, "Oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point." I had mentioned Pierre DuPont on yesterday's show, and it took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday thinking.
So he's a donor. What does that have to do with anything? I thought we was talking about Israel being donors and they were the bad guys.
My goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor was French American, that was the big thing. And I was racking my brain trying to figure out that time, because I hadn't even considered France's involvement in anything.
Jewish.
Like, who do I know that's French and has tons of money and is involved in technologies and could possibly be working on a big check that could be kept secret because it's about to IPO and billions are on the line, and it all kind of came together. And I would like an answer about this Pierre, the billionaire French American donor, and I would like a clean answer as to whether or not.
No. Turning Point USA needs to ignore the hell out of her. Whoever the Pierre DuPont, he's a donor. He didn't owe you anything. She's mad that they raised money and that people sent donations to Turning Point when Charlie Kirk died. She's actually upset about that. It's so ridiculous. What if donors sent that money in for Charlie Kirk's 2 children? Because remember, he had 2 kids. The kids got to grow up and watch these dumb videos that Candace is making. Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's 2 children are one day going to grow up and unfortunately come across these Candace Owens videos and hear this woman dog out everybody at their daddy's company. that their mommy is now the CEO of. And for what? Did Pierre DuPont pull the trigger on the gun? Because that's what she was supposed to be telling us here. Who's the shooter, girl?
It is Mr. Pierre DuPont.
Yeah. Don't care.
Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are
how is it dark?
Very sure. Very sure.
A man that's French American is the donor. He gave some money. Oh no. Oh no. Because it's so dark and sinister to have donors for a nonprofit. You can't make this up. This is coming from the dingus that doesn't understand what an endowment is.
That this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money. And they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination. And I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Charities shouldn't be a secret. Why? And by the way, it leads to more questions like, how could you say that you knew that your IPO was going to lead to billions of dollars? How could you promise that? How could you promise that? And did Charlie know? Did Charlie know? And I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of billionaires, they don't part with their money like that. They don't part with their money and offer people pieces of their company, people that aren't even their family members. So why was that offer on the table? I have so many questions and I'm going to ask them publicly. And I think that we demand answers. We should all be.
No, it's a donor. He can do what he wants, Candace. This isn't a new concept. He can do what he wants to do with his own damn money. These company owners, they can do what they want to do. If they want to gift stocks or funds or bonds or anything to a nonprofit or an individual, they can do that. If they want to give up portions of property, they can donate whatever they want. It's theirs. This is coming from the same goon that tried to make it seem like having an endowment was illegal when it's not. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Listening to another content creator saying stupid stuff that was not even based on facts. This is no different than her listening to the wolves and finance guy saying that using endowment money to invest in the stock market is somehow unethical when it's not. That's exactly what it's for. That's based on research. Reading is fundamental. This donor doesn't owe her a damn thing.
Demanding answers because this is now starting to feel very, very dark. It's too French, right? It's just too French. We just can't all be hanging out in Delaware.
No.
And there's one more thing that came in regarding Andrew Colvett, very close family friend of Andrew Colvett, had messaged me early on. And French. I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colvett was acting weird. And I'm sure that's not a big deal. I think we were all acting weird. He was assassinated. But moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had.
So she acts weird. It's okay. They act weird. It's a problem. And somehow they need to, these people need to be cyber stalked and harassed and targeted and doxxed and all these dumb things that are crimes. All of that because she thinks they're weird. But when we say she's weird, it's disrespectful. The hell it is. Nope. Whatever she takes out, she should be able to, dish out, she should be able to take it. Then, period.
Told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now I'm going to say allegedly because it's a tip, but I have that tip in writing. I'm not lying to you. And I thought to myself, that is so weird. How could the spokesperson at Turning Point USA be how could they be gaining millions from that? What is the structure here of these contracts that even people that are in PR, people that are like running PR departments are getting tips on the basis of.
Look, you're not in finance. You don't understand how endowments work, Candace. Just Google it.
Donations. I don't know how this is working, but we need to figure out how this is working. I think it's really important that we learn the truth about what happened.
It's called investments. Didn't you say an IPO? They can make investments. They can do it through Turning Point Endowment. That's how it works. This is insane. Like, it makes no sense. Ah, man, you
Who's
can't
Pierre?
make this stuff up. Girl, come on.
Is it Pierre Dupont? And has Turning Point been paid? Obviously, it wouldn't be on this year's taxes. You're not going to find those on this year's taxes, but they would be on next year's. But we can ask now, and I'm asking now. And there's more
So
I
what?
want to
They
share.
don't care.
But we're going to take a brief break for sponsors. I'll ask the question. What are you?
No. Oh God, no. If I mean, the fact that she's so dead set on trying to destroy this man's faith, family, finances, his company, talking about Egyptian planes, we're not any closer to her saying who's the possible shooter if it's not Tyler James Robinson. Nowhere close to it. She's back on this money thing. At some point, she'll be back on the hospital and the doctors and the autopsy that she couldn't get.
Gosh, Candace. There is such a thing as a good Fed. Believe it or not, there are good guys. There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness. And I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed. You know, and I find that to be very interesting. I find that to be very.
I find it to be interesting that she sent a text message to an FBI agent about the French president and the French government allegedly trying to assassinate her, but she refuses to file a formal FBI complaint and post up confirmation of that. Or the text message she sent to the FBI agent. I thought she didn't trust the feds. Now there's a good feds out here. I thought she didn't trust the feds. This is the same person that said she's got leaks in the FBI. Never mind the fact that they actually are leaks. You know, they could lose their jobs and probably face some charges for leaking out information that may be sensitive.
Story killed, you know, and I find that to be very interesting. I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach turn. I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie.
She didn't say what it was. Why? Candace, why are you stalling and prolonging this out? But someone that claims that, you know, she's not trying to get views, but everybody else is, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. She sold her company to Blexit to Charlie, remember? Exactly. They acquired that. She's sitting here actually generating money every time she gets in front of this camera. And whether she stays on script or not is irrelevant. She just makes statements and has no evidence. The candy asses have already confirmed that. There's no evidence. I already said that. I don't know 80. What's your point? She's a liar. Who you asking? Where's the evidence? There was a Pierre Pete DuPont of Delaware who died in 2021. That's what I'm saying. She didn't post up any information of this Pierre DuPont. What's his relevance to this? How does he fit? What does this have to do with the assassination again? This is the same person that says, I don't believe Tyler James Robinson pulled the trigger. Who pulled the trigger? We need to get the bad guy in jail, Candace. The bad guy needs to go to jail, girl. Who pulled the trigger? This is crazy. Take her money, Frenchies. Me? Huh? I'm certain she's not crazy. She's a very manipulative snake. Wait, it's not Israel? I know, right? Stephen, my point is people leeching off the backs of those that they talking crap about because they ain't got what it takes to get the viewers without someone like Candace. I don't who said that? Andrew's aunt Janice worked for the Biden admin for USDA farms in Nevada. You think she weird? Why you on her coattail? What do you mean? Well, I mean, this question is so far based. As if research and reporting has to be limited to somebody. This is what I mean. The candy ass is just copy and paste. Y'all are not even being creative with the comments here. I'm gonna report on what the hell I want to report on. I'm sorry, you didn't figure that out by now. What about Egypt or the Zionists? Who knows? Exactly virtual. Yeah, I guess they figure out I can report on what I want to report on. All this is because she hates the Macrones. All this over a lawsuit. Turning Point USA Faith. And if you secured the donation from the donor, you can get a commission. Tim Pool explained it on his show tonight. There, this is information Candace could have just Googled. Instead of her sharing facts and information that would be useful, she's saying things that have no evidence to support it. And her candy ass cult followers are confirming there's no evidence. She literally just threw her whole defense for her lawsuit. You can't make this up. Linda Walker says, I'm counting 21 charitable orgs the DuPonts already invest in. She is nuts. Exactly. They have the right to invest in whatever they want to invest in, whether it be a nonprofit, whether it be just a private corporation. They have the right to do that. An individual, they can do whatever they want to do with their own money, with their own assets. They can invest wherever they want to invest. So we're only capitalists unless it's benefiting Candace. But if it's benefiting Turning Point, all of a sudden it's something illegal or unethical, and they can't say how it is with no evidence. You can't make this up. Shout out to Linda Walker. Billy says similarly, she knows nothing about the Bible, but like Tucker, she thinks she can teach you about theology. Man, did we find out the truth yet? No. Apparently, there's no evidence on it. It's not called a commission, it's something else. But if you bring in a huge donor, you get something that's not shady. It's normal. Yeah, you get like a some sort of invest. It's like a referral or something like that. And then this is the same person who doesn't understand an endowment. Candace doesn't even understand the concept of an endowment. So they can invest through the Turning Point endowment. They can invest in the stock market. They can, I mean, they have two other subsidiaries where they can receive donations. They can transfer money amongst their own subsidiaries. They can do that. None of that is illegal. It's not money laundering. Perhaps it's the definition of these terms that, yet again, you know, her and her cult following don't understand. She's not reading the facts or anything. Like, the only way they're going to get facts is if she tells them that, and she won't even do that. She won't even tell them that she did a motion to dismiss. They have to learn it from me. DHS just hired a wannabe whore. Yes, Files. She hasn't a clue and doesn't do any research before she opens her mouth. That's what I'm saying. TPS USA still lists her on their website. They probably just doing it out of formality. Linda Walker says her husband George was a theology major at Oxford in England. He is behind her craziness now. Exactly. George, you're standing behind the camera. You can't make this up. And you're sitting here allowing all this nonsense to happen. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Who is that female that has been helping ICE? I'm not sure, sure if she's on Trump's cabinet. I have no idea. Andrew Colbett's Aunt Janice. Is that the answer to the question? She was given buku evidence at the start. Now it's just gotten harder to be able to drop it. Candace don't need money. I can't honestly say. I've never heard her say anything about wanting views. She said that in the last video. She literally said that in the last video about how viral her Twitter X post went. And then said that was the golden opportunity for the Macrones to respond to her in the court of public opinion. They don't owe her that. She has talked about her views. She's the one bragging about being number one. That would be based on views and analytics. But she's not number one. She's not even in the top 3. We just did a Google search. If she were telling the truth, it would be different. But she's not. Not even about something simple as where her podcast is rated. You can't rate it if it's not getting views. People do videos for views. So the concept of being on YouTube and then someone saying you're just doing this for views, it's a stupid concept. Of course, I'm making content for people to watch. We're sharing ideas, having conversation. I'm going to hold her accountable, period. Because her accusations are causing people to get hurt, get doxxed, get online death threats, bringing real damage to not only individuals, but companies, image, their integrity, interfering with their ability to make money. She called out a hotel for no damn reason. She outed her own attorney's law firm as if other people don't work in that building. That's the issue here. And how many laws is she breaking right now, using the CIA logo to make money off of it without their consent? That is a federal offense. That's a violation of federal law. Doxing is illegal. Impersonating CIA agents, illegal. You can't make this up. Defamation is not protected free speech under the First Amendment of our U.S. Constitution. It's like she wants to pick and choose when she's a U.S. citizen now. No regard for the rule of law. We're asking her, in our content, and I know I do every single time, to post evidence up. Proof one thing. She can't even post the FBI text she sent about this so-called assassination attempt. And she's the one that put it out there. I didn't say, I'm repeating what she said. It's like, are the candy asses not watching her show? Because we watch. I also have the captions and I also get snippets. Because you just can't make this shit up. But she is. And that's the problem. Candace Owens is making this stuff up. And not caring about the backlash, the consequences, the damage, the hurt, the pain that it's causing. None of that. She never even said what this sinister dark thing is. What is it? Yeah, we stay here, boy. No, Tavares. And saw an interview with an investigator who said many leads via social network are quietly investigated and tossed aside when they prove worthless. Yeah. I miss Wheezy from Jefferson's. You still talking about Candace? Welcome back. Who the hell you been, Truth? Isn't that what everybody who make videos do it for views? That's the point. I'm gonna need the bots and the candy asses to program it in. People do videos for views on social media. That's how it works. No one posts up videos or posts on social media and then expects no one to watch or read it. That defeats the purpose. Now, people accusing me of being paid $7,000 is a lie. However, they're the same ones that won't send a super either. So who cares? And what I mean, I'm not gonna knock the idea of somebody giving me $7,000. I'm still waiting on it. Yeah, let that financial blessing come into my life. Are you kidding me? It's not gonna stop me from saying what I want to say. You can't make this up. That's why people do videos. Duh. Yep. The same reason why she's doing it. For views. This is why she sits in here dancing around topics. She still proved nothing at the end of the day. Nothing was proven. What the hell we get out of this? You're not caring. You think it's okay for people to catch online death threats? Or for people to be doxxed and cyberbullied and harassed? You think that's cool? Don't get mad when we say you don't have a soul. So when we call you all the spawns of Satan, don't get mad. Because that's some pure evil stuff. And people come over and they actually expect you to say what they want you to say. That's not how the hell it works here. You don't have to watch. I always tell the candy asses that, and then yet they come back.
And I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew
she didn't even go to
that Charlie was
funeral.
betrayed. They laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was. Yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And
no. An unfamiliar spirit come to you in a vision. Charlie Kirk was dead. The Bible speaks of that. Oh, that's right. She's probably not Christian anymore.
I think part of the mourning was the grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I think I knew deep down that this was going to be missional. And I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me, or I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me, not the world. There are so many good people in the world that are the reason that I'm doing this and who understood instantly and felt
It's coming from the girl that said, I hate everyone.
instantly what I felt when this all happened. And I think it's sad because I was just reflecting on, I guess, really the last part of my youth, being ignorant and thinking that we lived in a country that was free and was fair and was a meritocracy, the excitement of me and Charlie in politics. Like, we were young bucks thinking that we were going to change the world because the MAGA movement offered us this opportunity to do it, right? We're going to get Trump elected and we're going to get people to stop talking about racism and sexism and to understand like family is a priority. And I realize now, and I know Charlie realizes now, that we did not see the evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. I'm going to miss Charlie going on.
He got married and had 2 kids. You got married and had 4. Where's the proof that you two had some type of friendship still ongoing within the last 12 months? 12 months. Were any photos of you, your husband, Charlie, his wife, and y'all kids having a play date? Anything to still show you guys were still close? Because, if someone already debunked her text messages for being fake. Because you're not going to tell Apple how their phones are designed and implemented to look, for text messages to look authentic. You're not going to undo that. That's factual information that can be looked up. So where's any sign that they were still friends within the last 12 months? Period. You're trying to reminisce on a life you had with this man before he got married, before you got married. Obviously, Candace was in love with Charlie Kirk.
Dates and the girl they liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date, and he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl.
Wait, he was Erica Kirk? He was just kind of in love with this girl. What, she can't say her name now? Is this what the cease and desist letter is about? So she can't say her name? You can't make this up. Is she not able to say Erica Kirk's name? Is that what the cease and desist letter is? Who is it then? Show the proof. She's just saying this girl. How long did Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk date? Are you serious? This girl? He didn't go on many dates. He didn't go on dates with many people. So it wasn't Erica Kirk. You can't make this up.
The evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and the girl they liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date, and he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl. And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes, and throw it away if you can.
Where's the date? Where is the date and timestamp? Y'all see a date and timestamp? Where is it? She gets mad when people call these text messages fake. Where's the date and timestamp? Why is she showing this? Where is the date and timestamp? Oh no, and yet you're still listening. Yeah, it's so original of you. Where's the date and timestamp? I don't even understand this. Where is this date and timestamp at? How long did he date Erica Kirk? Because we can do a quick timeline. When did Charlie meet Erica Kirk? What's the date? This could be the date that she actually did the screenshot, the time she did the screenshot. What, it should be a date and timestamp in the actual message. 6:58 could be the time on the phone. It doesn't mean that that's when his text was exchanged. If you have an iPhone, pull it out. Most of these phones have the date at the top of the phone, but it's not a part of the message. Where is the date and timestamp in the text? And why would you just have the time and no date? God. They were married for 3 years. How long did they date? Didn't he court for a while before he actually married her? For anyone to say that she's not talking about Erica Kirk, how do you know that? She just said this girl. How do you know that? He's not saying anyone else. Oh my God.
Charlie, he writes, okay. And he's wearing a Turning Point early shirt that somebody, I think, gave to him. He's stitched on. Is it stitched on? Is it ironed on? I don't know. But I was like, Charlie,
he was the CEO of Turning Point USA. Wouldn't he have shirts made? I mean, he was the CEO. Why would he not have shirts of his own company?
It obviously burn that shirt. And it makes me, it's stuff that makes me cry and makes me sad because he just was so young. You know, Charlie was so young and he was such a good person. And I'm also going to miss the young conversations that you have when you're vibing with someone and you're speaking about things that you don't understand. As you were coming up in politics, I always felt like an alien. We would have these discussions with donors and we'd have discussions with people, or people would do stuff. And I would just tell them all the time, I'm an alien. I am new on this planet. I don't understand this. I don't understand double speak and, contracts and people threatening to sue. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm an alien. And Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. This is a conversation. I'd say, I'm an alien. I just messaged him from.
Okay. What's the time date stamp on this? Candace, this is why people say these messages are fake. This is why. Who? Boy, you can't make this up. There is nothing that causes me to believe that this is a real text message when it's already been put out there. Where someone had a whole text message he put up, and it didn't even match what the manufacturer designed and programmed the text messages to look like in iPhones. And her only defense to that was, you could have just asked me if you just wanted to see the text message. I would have shown you. Then she proceeds to hold the phone up, but not in the camera where we can still see it. So we still saw nothing. Just like I'm still waiting on this text message she sent to that FBI agent that, she's so concerned about this assassination plot.
Across the probe, he said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home. He felt like Earth was his planet, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Like the kind of friendship where you can talk about being a time traveler and feeling like an alien, as I've always felt like it, because I don't get it. I don't get the rules of this planet. I don't get the betrayal, the backstabbing, the people that damn.
Candace, if you don't get the rules of this planet, then why don't you go back to your home planet? I tell y'all she was an alien. I told y'all this girl's an alien. I said she has lost her mind. It is on another planet in another galaxy, and I just wish she would take her body with her. This girl is not of this earth.
For money, it's never made sense to me. From the time I was a kid, I just felt out of place, and I am out of place in politics. I will tell you that, because this is what it's all about, right? Selling your soul to the devil, and I don't want to do that. Anyways, that's just going a long way of me saying that I'm going to miss the ignorance of our political youth, thinking that it could be fair, thinking that we could just work hard, thinking that we could run a company, that we could.
Candace, if you don't want to sell your soul, why don't you post up any evidence to prove that there's an assassination plot against you? Your candy ass has said that there's no evidence. So why even lie about it? Because lying is a violation of the 10th Commandment. What Bible does she read? What God she serves?
Launch this revolution where people were going to be happy in the future because America was the land of the free. I had to mourn that.
She mocks.
Now I realized, and as I have expressed, that this is missional. Charlie knew he was going to die young, but there was more that were in those now seemingly prophetic text messages that I was unwilling to share at that time. But I am going to share that now. When he was speaking about his death and the visions that he was having in April 2018, he also said some other things.
We go back to 2018.
He didn't just say that he was going to die. He didn't just say that Turning Point was going to be the death of him, but he also wrote this. This is in April, on April 13th. He wrote this. He wrote, "Ish like tonight is what I have foreseen. This won't result in anything. I'll give you the context in a moment. But in our lifetime, we will experience real war beyond anything that we can fathom. Absolute and total destruction." Now, for historical reference, what was going on that week involved, of course, France, right? America, France, Israel, the Middle East, Syria, Russia, and this is the Syria before Israel and the United States overthrew Assad. What was going on was the United States and France.
But she supported this. Candace, you supported this in 2018. You were in support of this. How does this have anything to do with his assassination? How her whole idea of America first is so skewed, it's not even funny. What does this have to do with his assassination? She's trying to link things up and it's not connecting. She can't even transition into it correctly because it doesn't flow into anything. None of this is connected. And people are so, brainwashed to believe that this is somehow a truth of some sort. She's so profound. No, she's been at this for almost 4 months, and yet she still cannot get one down to one or two people that could be possible shooters aside from Tyler James Robinson. Because someone pulled the trigger on a gun. Wasn't it supposed to be what she was supposed to be researching about? To uncover that? I just feel like at this point she wants Tyler James Robinson to walk free. Well, whoever the bad guy still is out there somewhere in La La Land in her head is roaming the earth. Unbelievable. And yet, this assassination plot is not being substantiated with evidence.
France for carrying out a series of military strikes involving an aircraft and these ship-based missiles against multiple government sites in Syria. And the official reason that we were told was because the Syrian government had apparently chemically gassed their own citizens, something which Assad had strenuously denied. In effect, if Assad was telling the truth, and I believe he was, because I think there's a war on Christians that's happening, then the West and the United States were implicated in part by a false flag attack to justify a larger military justification. That's kind of something the West does a lot, right? False flag attack, get the media going, we have to respond, and then we just sort of take land.
Yeah, that she supported.
Now, France had said in a statement on that morning on April 14th that France's red line had been crossed. So this was a story which Charlie said, this is not the thing that's coming, but this is a preview of the thing that's coming. Missiles, false flag attacks, chemicals, and the Middle East, America, France, and Israel. It is something. It is something, right? This was the vibe of something that Charlie felt was going to happen in the future. Something Charlie, I used to always say, I told you that, the rest is future. I think we are.
That's not something, Garrett, that's in the Bible. There will be wars and rumors of wars. There are whole Bible scriptures on that. The entire book of Revelation just speaks of like one big war in the future. Anyone can quote the scripture and say that same thing. What does this have to do with his assassination? Who's the person that pulled the trigger, Candace?
In the rest right now. We are approaching that future right now. And I didn't feel it then in 2018, but I feel it now. I've been telling you guys, I have been having a lot of dreams. And the dread that Charlie felt in 2018, I have been feeling. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees and organization.
There it is. The candy asses, boy. Yeah. Y'all could kick rocks. You want to see her talk about me saying the same old shit? She's saying the same old shit. And she's getting millions of views by saying the same old shit. Because we can all say the same thing. You can't make this up. Just as a reminder, you don't dictate my platform. Candy asses and cult members and bots don't have any power on my platform. You don't dictate anything with my free speech. She's saying the same old thing. Next week it'll be, or hell, this week it'll be about the doctors and the hospitals, and we'll be back to this, why she can't demand the autopsy again, because reasons. Candace, you are literally giving the Macron's lawsuit, you're giving them the win. By the time they play this just to show your character, oh man, you ain't gonna have a chance. She already confirmed that her LLCs are registered in Delaware.
What's happening in America? I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, these sort of coastal events, the Texas floods, that this is not happening by accident. Okay, I have a feeling of a sense of dread that the Fed
Why
is
is she so
taking
dark and
from
sinister?
Americans right now, and that we are heading toward war. Okay, I'm going to share that. I feel that we are headed toward war, that they want war by any means necessary, and that you need to be, wherever you are in the world, fully dialed into that. Okay, we can't be stupid this time. We cannot believe what the media is telling us. We cannot believe what the government are telling us. We cannot believe whatever it is, whatever attack that's going to happen, and we're going to be told that it was this guy.
You can't believe the government, but Candace, you said you're waiting on the government to respond to you. You said that government agencies authenticated and verified a letter where you outed your own attorneys, but then turned around and said you don't know who wrote the letter. So you weaponize the feds, and you only put trust in them when it's convenient for you. It's not even consistent. She said that out of her own mouth. Government agencies verified that letter she read where she outed her own attorney's law firm, the address on there. But then said she didn't know who wrote the letter. And now we're back to her not trusting the government again. You can't trust the feds again, but you want them to respond to your so-called assassination plot theory, to which your candy ass cult followers already confirmed there's no evidence for. No evidence. None. This is unbelievable. She brought up bees again, like all this stuff being recycled.
We have to start to recognize the pattern of things, okay? The predictive model of this is my red line, then the red line gets crossed and people are denying it. And what happens? Christians are mass slaughtered every single time, propagandized. People, Christians in the East, to hate Christians in the West. And there's just less of us by the end of it. And these things tend to happen, world wars, when they want a reset because people start waking up. And so I just wanted to express that to you, that I feel that we are reaching that brink right now. And you need to prepare for that. And feels like an almost inevitability because wars are planned in boardrooms, okay? In boardrooms. You're going to send you and your children and your sons, but they are not going to fight. And I don't love a scenario right now that's happening where we have envoys being sent to Russia and Israel and everybody's meeting all this. It feels like something.
I thought Candace said she wanted to be Russian and she wanted to move to Russia. She did. She said that. Candace, when are you planning on moving to Russia? You say you wanted to move to Russia and be Russian. You're embarrassed about being an American. That's so un-American.
Things coming. And I know that you probably sense that dread too. Turning our attention to Turning Point. Did you know, I learned this from one of our sleuths, that Turning Point might potentially now be becoming a real estate empire.
CIA impersonator.
Apparently, Tyler Boyer has a younger brother who for 10 years has worked in dental sales until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TPUSA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and universities was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early and they should start their lives and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses.
Wait, what?
Has worked in dental sales until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TPUSA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and universities was a waste of time. And that
when did he preach that? Candace, you're the only one I ever heard say something like that. When did he ever say that? And what's so bad about having a home buying program?
It was a waste of money and that they should get married early and they should start their lives and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build.
Now make this make sense. So Charlie Kirk went to various campuses to tell college kids how going to school was a waste of time. And they just need to forget about their education, go out, get married, and have kids young, and then go buy a house. What if the professions that some of these kids wanted to do requires an education? You know, certain occupations requires a degree. Like, you can't be a medical doctor without a medical degree. You first got to go to college. Then you got to go to medical school and do residency. And then if you have a specialty, you got to do a residency or internship for that. So he went to colleges and universities telling people to drop out of school. Is that it? Is that what I'm hearing? You can't make this up. Like so Charlie Kirk went on colleges and university tours. Help me understand this. Charlie Kirk went on these tours to universities and colleges, preaching to them they don't need universities and colleges. Basically, drop out of school, I guess, go get married, have kids young, and then buy this house. But didn't think about what about the job market and certain positions that require a degree. Make that make sense. So why would he choose to go to colleges and universities to basically tell people, hey, drop out of school. You don't need this. Go get married. Have all these babies. Good luck getting a job to be able to feed them. Babies are expensive, but whatever. No, because everybody can't start a nonprofit organization. When did that ever happen? You can't make this up. This is what she said. This is what she just said. When did that happen? Is my question. When did that happen? To the people in the back. That's slow. When did that happen? I'm trying to figure it out. When she's saying this? Charlie, it was there. You know what I'm saying? And the marketing pitch is that, here we go. Y'all see the words? She's saying this. I'm asking, when did this happen? When did he ever say that? When was that ever a thing?
Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and universities was a waste of time.
When did he preach to young Christians in schools and universities that it was a waste of time? When did he ever preach that? When did he preach that? You can't make this up. Keep us posted if you see a withdrawal notice. Or I'm going to be checking the court docket myself. Bombshell TP USA Tyler Boyer demoted. Then Kirk murdered. The audit he killed to hide donor theft. Vicky, when did he ever say this? Did anyone ever hear Charlie Kirk say that when he went on tours to these campuses? When did he ever say that? I'm trying to figure out. That's like going to these schools and telling the kids to drop out and go get married and have a baby.
And that it was a waste of money and that they should get married early and they should start their lives and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out.
She has 2 degrees.
They presented some proof of that conversation happening. And I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I'm sure that that's probably what Charlie wrote.
When did he write that? Okay, when did he write that? She has 2 degrees. When did he ever say that? Ain't? It's not a word. What do you mean? When did he ever say this? Can somebody tell me when did he say this? Candace literally said, yeah, that's what we should probably say that. When did he ever go to college and university and say, it's a waste of money, what's the time? All y'all should drop out of school.
It was a waste of time and that it was a waste of money and that they should get married early and they should start their lives and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told.
Was that, I'm asking a question here. Was that Charlie's message? Was that Charlie's message? Was he going to these colleges and universities telling them that it's a waste of money and a waste of time to go to school? Was that what he was telling these people? He said it. That's why I was asking. So he said this at every speech. So what if the kids wanted to go out and get a profession that required a degree? Why do we want a generation of kids that couldn't go to college? That wasn't his message, it's more nuanced than that. Because that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Did he ever say that? Was that his message that he said to these kids when he went to these campuses? They should just that going to universities is a waste of money. He preached to these young Christians about how schools and universities, I'm reading it here,
young Christians about how school and universities was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early and they should start their lives.
Get married early, start
they
their
should
lives.
Have kids, but
have kids.
He never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive.
How do you expect them to do anything next? Let's say they want to be a lawyer or a doctor. So you're telling them that anything that requires a degree, they can't do that at all. Just get a skill or a trade. Well, we still need doctors and lawyers, though. Those professions require a degree. As a matter of fact, it requires an advanced degree. You can't be a doctor without going to medical school. You can't be a lawyer without going to law school. First, you got to go to college. Is that what he actually taught? Like, seriously, what was he going to these schools saying? It's a waste of time and money to get a degree. Linda says Charlie only says some degrees were a waste. Gender studies, other low-paying nonsense courses. Okay, because I'm trying to figure this out. She's making it seem as if he went to these colleges and universities and basically was like, going to college and university is a waste of time and money. She's not being specific. So I'm legitimately asking here, is that what his message was? Going to college and universities is a waste of time and money. She didn't specify certain classes or certain, majors of study. She's saying going to college and universities is a waste of time and money in general. Don't get thousands in debt, not because able to pay it back for a degree that was worth the 6%. Don't even use the degree I even got. I agree with that. But my question was he telling people that going to college and universities in general was a waste of time and money? That's what I'm wondering. I couldn't work in my field without a degree. I can't either. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He wanted them to consider what their degrees were for. Okay. Because she's saying people were getting useless degrees. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Great. Because I'm like, what do you mean? What if they want to be a doctor or a lawyer? That doesn't even sound right. So get something useful. Got it.
Audience to.
Why did she specify this? Good grief.
To build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out. They presented some proof of that conversation happening. I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I know that I'm sure that's probably what Charlie wrote. He apparently.
Candace, you can't share that going to colleges and universities is a waste of time and money. You have to be specific. Because if that's not the same message that Charlie Kirk was spreading, then you're being disingenuous. It would be disingenuous to say, hey, go to school. Don't go to school. Don't get it. It's a waste of time and money. To say this to kids that's already enrolled in school, because you're going to colleges and universities. It's not like you're going to high schools and you're catching them before they graduate. So she's taking this out of context, and it's disingenuous if that's the case. This is the stuff that I question here. Why is no one correcting her on that? No one is making this like, hey, you can't say that because it sends the wrong message. It's like you're saying that going to college or university is a waste of time and money. Like no one should just go to school. You need to be more specific. If you're going to go to school, get a useful degree. What the hell?
Had a 15, 20-year
Oh,
plan,
Lord,
according to
her
Frank
4
Turek.
kids is gonna
Or was it Rob McCoy? Rob McCoy said that, I think. I think they all said it, honestly, but Rob McCoy did say that. He kept this in his notebooks. And so a real estate empire could be on the brink for Turning Point USA. Amazing. That
That's
really
not a bad
is
thing.
something. Anyways, you guys,
That's
we are
not a
going
bad
to take
thing.
another break for our sponsors, and then I will get into some of your comments. All right, you guys.
Okay, that's it. So you can't make this up. I don't think it's a bad thing, for anyone to go to school, like go to school, get a degree, get an education, stuff like that. That's not a bad thing. I don't like to read her comments because,
And I said,
yeah, we're gonna get to this tomorrow. This is her episode she did, Meet My Husband George Farmer. Oh, we're gonna check this out tomorrow because I want you all to see the dynamic between these two. It's so weird. It's like they're just having their first conversation. It doesn't even feel like a conversation. It feels like more of an interrogation where she's interrogating him. So I want to go over this tomorrow because we're already at 3 hours, but this is something else. We're at 4 hours actually. But you can sell a house without a degree. Like, I know that. I'm just trying to make sure she's saying things that it's not what he put out there. And that's a good point. Mila said you can sell a house without a degree, but you can't plan it without architects, engineers, etc. They all need to have degrees. Exactly. I mean, she is rich, so is Mr. Farmer, but the rest of us can't afford 4 kids in the economy. Exactly. CEO is disingenuous and manipulative. Exactly. That's why I'm like, why she said, "Oh, we need to share that." No. You don't need. You need to get the message straight. How about you guys? If you're gonna go to college and universities, make sure you have some skill sets and something to fall back on. So if let's say you decide I wanted to go to medical school, become a pediatrician, neonatologist. But I didn't get into medical school, but I still went to grad school, and my fallback plan was finance. So I still have the Bachelor's of Science in Biology pre-med, and then I have my master's degree in business administration with a minor in healthcare management. So either way, I can go to the medical field, I can still work in finance, I can even work for the government. I can do a lot of these things with the education that I obtained, and I kept it versatile. But I'm not going to tell somebody don't go to school is a waste of time and money. I don't think my degree is a waste of time when I actually end up working in my fields of study. I didn't become a doctor, but I still worked in hospitals. I still worked in healthcare. So she needs to make sure she's spreading the right information. That's all I'm saying. And I agree. She's jealous of Erica. She's definitely jealous of Erica. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, y'all. We're gonna end this on a lighter note. We're gonna check out this Meet My Husband George Farmer. Y'all see he just looks so despondent inside. He just looks weird. He looks sinister. It's a weird looking guy. We got a baby video. Some of y'all like Trump, some of y'all don't matter. It's multiple characters in this, and it's just absolutely hilarious. Baby Trump hosts Thanksgiving dinner in the White House. I just laughed my behind off. So I want to check this out. I want to check this out. That way we can end it on a laughing note. Because sometimes you got to break it all up. All the tension and stuff like that is not healthy. You got to break it up.
Welcome.
So make sure you guys check out Baby News Network. Oh, man. Too funny. Too adorable. And we all need a laughing break. And I checked Ami's page. He didn't have a new video posted up. Come on, Ami. We need some videos, man. So y'all put one in the chat if you can see it here. We're going to end out on this note. We got to end out on some laughter.
To the official White House Thanksgiving dinner, the most tremendous Thanksgiving dinner in American history, probably the best ever held anywhere. Now let's make America gobble and waddle again.
Gobble and waddle. Oh my goodness.
Wow, folks. I mean, look at that turkey. I've seen a lot of turkeys in my life. A lot. Some of them and even work in Washington. Believe me.
That bird, is it supposed to be looking at me like that?
Joe, what the hell are you talking about? The turkey's dead. It's cooked. Very cooked.
That turkey reminds me of what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the Angry Bird.
Yeah,
Looks
you
like my Uncle
babies.
Earl on the 4th of July.
Here we go.
Hey, is this turkey halal?
Who the hell invited you, come, Donnie? All right, settle down, everyone. I have prepared a very special Thanksgiving presidential address. Beautiful words, the best words.
How presidential of you.
Thank you, Hillary. See, she gets it. Now, as your favorite president, and I am, everyone says so, we're here to give thanks. And I have a lot to be thankful for. The most thankful. Nobody's been more thankful than me. Why are you laughing, Comrade Kamala?
I don't know.
Comrade.
It's just the way you.
Well, I'm thankful for ICE protests and illegal immigration.
Quiet, calm, Donnie.
I'm thankful for ice cream.
That's mashed potatoes, Joe.
What? No. I know that. Come on, man.
Oh, look at this baby.
Huh? Need sprinkles. My mom used to put sprinkles on everything. No, I am serious, folks. Not a joke.
All right, folks, let's go around the table. Very simple, very easy. Everybody say what they're thankful for. First and foremost, I'm giving thanks to me. I mean, to America. And you can't spell America without me. Okay, Sleepy Joe, you're up next.
I am thankful for. Wait a second.
Joe already messed it up, did a tremendous job, failing, by the way, incredible fail. So, Kamala, you're up. And please try to make sense this time. People would love that.
Well, when you think about Thanksgiving, it's really about the significance of the moment and being in the moment together. And that's what makes community in this moment.
Incredible, just incredible. You just said moment 4 times and communicated absolutely nothing. That's actually a skill, a terrible skill, but a skill.
I really can't stand you, Donald.
Hillary, relax. There's no service here. Well, except the waiter.
Perhaps if you let people finish their thoughts instead of interrupting.
Oh, here we go. Hillary's going to lecture me. That's rich coming from someone who still can't get over losing in 2016. How long has it been now? Still crying about it? You're lucky I didn't lock you up.
I'm not crying about anything. I'm simply pointing out that
Yeah,
your
these babies.
constant interruptions are.
Or what? Winning? Nobody wins like I win. It's unbelievable. You gave it a shot, sure. But wow, that was a disaster. Total disaster. So sad.
Look, come on, man. Here's the deal is that we, seriously, we need to just, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we need to be nice to each other. And you know the thing.
Quiet, Joe. Eat your mashed potatoes.
So back in Delaware when I was a kid.
Oh God, here comes Delaware again. Joe, nobody cares about Delaware. It's like the least important
Yeah, in keeping with the spirit of Delaware, Candace, where your LLCs are registered. There you go.
state. I've seen bigger shopping malls.
You know what I'm thankful for? I'm thankful I don't have investigations hanging over my head and that I'm not a convicted felon, unlike certain people at this table.
Investigations? Hillary, you literally erased your emails. I've been investigated more times than anyone in the history of politics, maybe the universe, and they still found nothing. Biggest witch hunt ever. And guess what? I'm still here, still winning, and you're still losing.
Come on, man. Seriously. We don't need to relitigate. Is that the word, relitigate? Yeah. We don't need to relitigate the past and all that malarkey.
He said malarkey.
Malarkey.
That's a good word. No, really. Look, here's the deal.
No, Joe. There's no deal. You don't even know what day it is. How are you going to make deals?
You know what? Look, here's the deal. We should all just calm down and seriously, come on. We're family here. Not a real family, but you know what I mean. And that means we gotta.
We got to what, Joe?
I forgot, but it was important. Something about Delaware and cranberry sauce. Has anyone tried the cranberry sauce?
Cranberry sauce. That's what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
We've got turkey stuffing, and he's obsessed with the side dish nobody touches.
Hey, Mr. President, could we maybe talk about giving New York City residents free transportation and stimulus checks?
You know what? I've had enough. Hillary, you're so bitter. Joe, you're confused. Kamala, you laugh at everything like a stupid person. And Kamdani, you won't shut up. But you know what? I'm still making this the best Thanksgiving ever. That's what I do. I take disasters and turn them into wins.
I've barely said a word, Mr. President.
Quiet. Kamdani.
Wait, are we eating now? Come on, seriously. Someone should have. I thought we were still,
Just eat the turkey, Joe.
which one is the turkey again?
Oh boy, we are in big, big trouble, folks. Let's just be honest here. Without me, this whole Thanksgiving would have fallen apart. Believe me, I carried this entire table on my back. And quite frankly, the results were stunning. Absolutely stunning, folks.
That's objectively false, Donald.
Says the loser. Look, everyone got food. Everyone showed up. And I'm the president. That's 3 wins, folks. 3. I'm on an incredible roll right now.
Come on,
You can't make this up.
Kamala. I got an idea, a big one. We run again, 2024. One more lap. What do you say?
I think you mean 2028, and we already ran, Joe.
Absolutely. I'm a uniter, the best uniter. I bring people together who can't stand each other. They don't even want to be in the same room. But with me, boom, together. That's real leadership.
Perhaps next time we could.
There's no next time for you. You're banned permanently banned. I'm putting
Oh,
you on
no.
the Thanksgiving no-fly list. And believe me, people are thrilled about it.
Wait. We're doing this again. No one told me. No one. Come on, man. You got to keep me in the loop here.
Of course we're doing it again. It's tradition. Trump tradition. The best tradition. Make America gobble again. Folks,
Gobble.
truly incredible. Hope you all have the best holiday, maybe the best ever. And don't forget, subscribe to the Baby News Network. Huge things coming.
Yeah, this is so funny. Yeah, what are the odds that Trump, Kamala Harris, what's his name, Kamdani, Joe Biden all sit down, and Hillary Clinton all sit down at a table around a turkey? What's the odds of that happening? Oh man. Oh boy, you can't make this up. 2025 said, also has anyone seen George's speech at a Catholic conference done 3 days ago? I watched the full thing. Yep, he is a crazy hypocrite. It's on a channel called The Remnant Video, worth a watch. Oh, okay. Tomorrow we'll get in this exchange between him and Candace that looks like two perfectly bad strangers trying to put on a show. And her new episode. And then, I'm gonna go live with Umar as well tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be something else. This stuff you can't make up. I hope you all enjoyed this. Candace just obliterated her own defense. I mean, I think that's just kind of the highlight of this whole live for me personally. So make sure you guys check out Berea Babes. Shout out to her for coming in and supporting the LLC. Of course, check out Milk Bar TV. We checked out his 2 videos. Actually, 2 videos. He had a new one posted up. And if you haven't seen the beginning, watch the beginning. Because I posted up a whole bunch of snippets of her videos of her saying dumb things. Candace, you jacked up, girl. But if you still want to post up some evidence, why don't you just post up that text message of you and the FBI agent? You telling them about, your assassination plot and all this other stuff. Just post that up, girl. You run out of content anyway. Might as well. And we have Umar. We have Nature Boy, another cult leader in Carbonation. This Saturday, it is scheduled for me to be on the show with Information Man Show. We're going to talk about Umar and Brother Polite because we do other content here in the Lady Luck Club. Okay. There's a whole channel of stuff. Have fun at it. But thank you all so much for support. Shout out to all the mods, all the members, supporters, the Lucksters, and of course, Jesus loves the trolls as well, because they're here. And you guys hit the like button on the way out, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out.